Crespian. Hey there. You've snagged the first from Sword of a Demon. How are you doing there? I hope everyone's had an absolutely banger 4th of July. We had a little bit of rainy weather here in Texas. Unfortunately, there's been some flash flooding, so not going to be my usual belligerent self. Good Saturday to you too, sir. We happy happy Shabbos, if I do say so myself. Although I'm definitely not observing the Sabbath by at the very least live streaming with the number of buttons I had to press for that to happen. Thank you for the tea redeem, Crespian. I'm enjoying the last whispers of a Dunsong tea that I've had brewing since yesterday because I've made the ill-advised decision after I got back from the barbecue I went to play some Gray Zone, and you know how that goes. Listen, the Laotian military has to be cold for their population to be maintained. Yes, Crespian. Did you remember something that you wanted to ask? Or are you bemoaning my failure to observe the Sabbath? All right, let me kill this page. I don't need this. Yeah. Whoa, what was that noise? Oh, that's probably the flower arrangement video that I was watching before that. Okay, so let's get through the slop. There's quite a bit of it. We're gonna do some reading, then we're gonna go into some announcements. You're bemoaning that I didn't get the bacon cheeseburger. I got a. There were no cheeseburgers. There were some pretty banger smoked pork hot dogs with some mustard, so that's nice. I am unfortunately still in the process of a cut, so I need to bias towards things that are heavy in fats and protein. Cheeseburgers are unfortunately not that, especially not with the amount of sauce that you would typically expect on them. But this is maintenance week for me right now because just a second, I don't want to deal with ads today. Let me kill the ads. There you go. Political and sensitive content. Hell yeah, brother. Get fucked, Dan Clancy. Cocksucker. All right. But yeah, I'm doing a maintenance week because cutting for I believe 4 or 5 weeks, however long I've been actually cutting, uh leaves you in a place of feeling yucky, weak, and your joints turn to sandpaper. Not really conducive to injury avoidance, and I would prefer to not derail my cut by getting injured. So, doing a little bit of maintenance just to refill the collagen, get those glycogen stores back up. You know, feel remember what it feels like to have that fat, juicy pump. And then it's back to cutting because I have 10 more pounds to cut. Right, so slop. You come here for the slop, and we shall slop.
Minding your own business when imagine being at home minding your own business when
Always.
someone violently starts smashing your door in the middle of the night. And after clearly warning them that you're armed, their only response is, "You'll have to kill me."
All
This
right.
ain't a movie. This
Your terms are acceptable.
this stupid shit actually happened.
Authorities in Scott County say a homeowner was justified when he shot and killed an intruder overnight. According to Sheriff Derek Wheatley, it happened at a home on County Road 244.
Sorry, it's so fucking dumb when you have to specify that it's justified to kill a home intruder. I'm sorry, I feel like that's justified by default. This reminds me about something. No, Terry brought this up in the Discord over the week. Apparently, Leaflet has some retard orbiter who, first of all, doesn't understand the difference between castle doctrine and stand your ground, doesn't understand either of those, and boy, I felt very tempted to start shit in the Leaflet Discord.
Investigators say the homeowner fired 4 shots at a person, forcing their way.
To be fair, from the clip that I saw, Latinx Orbiter, I don't know what the fuck he is. I know that he is a retard based on the things that he says. I could only muster to listen to like 10 minutes of him speaking because she pulled him into VC on stream. No, Terry sent me a clip. It was not great. It was not great. If he is Latinx, then he has to go back. Send him the fuck back to Mexico. Let's see how quickly he appreciates American gun ownership and castle doctrine and stand your ground. But yeah, he was just badly misrepresenting the George Zimmerman case, uh, failing, probably just not knowing a lot of the details. All he knew was the information that The Daily Show regurgitated into him, uh, trying to smear the man who was fighting for his life and had to use a firearm and was then a target of the libshit media for the better part of his life afterwards. Like a lot of the people bemoaning, oh, like ma didn't do nothing, missed a lot of it, so that's why Leaflet is mentioning Zimmy. Yeah, pretty much, pretty much. Fuck. Should I pull this up? Let's finish this video, and then we're gonna go over and we're gonna point fingers at Tazuto.
Way into the home. The suspect died at the scene. The incident is still under investigation, but authorities say it appears the homeowner acted in self-defense.
Breaking into someone's home while they're there and then responding with, "You'll have to kill me," after being explicitly told that the homeowner is armed is either peak arrogant stupidity or someone seriously trying to crash out in the worst possible way. Honestly, there are easier ways to self-delete if that's your intended goal, but this just
I mean, there are bridges in every city, so
underscores how delusionally arrogant criminals can be. I've said it countless times before. Criminals count on victims being helpless, and there are plenty of videos proving exactly how disastrous this arrogance can be. According to Breitbart, the homeowner told the suspect, 31-year-old John Fisher, that he was armed, but Fisher allegedly responded by saying, "You'll have to kill me." The homeowner then shot Fisher multiple times. Now, I frequently talk about how one of the biggest tactical advantages that armed citizens have is the element of surprise. Typically, criminals assume you're unarmed and find out too late that they're catastrophically wrong, which is a good thing. But also, let's be real. I also completely understand the instinct to avoid shooting someone, especially in your home. We instinctively want to give every possible warning before we're forced to pull the trigger. As much as I preach about maintaining that element of surprise, I can't say I wouldn't have done the exact same thing that the homeowner did. But then again, maybe not. The last time someone tried to bang on my door and try to get inside my home, I didn't say a damn word. I just waited silently at the top of the stairs, gun in one hand and the police on the phone in the other. But here's something that should truly disturb you. You see, in the press release, the Scott County Sheriff's Office clearly stated, after a thorough review of the evidence and circumstances, investigators determined that the homeowner acted in self-defense in accordance with Missouri Revised Statute Section 563.031, which governs the justifiable use of force in defense of person. Yet, imagine if this same situation occurred somewhere in Los Angeles. There's a very high likelihood the
actually, funny enough, California, I don't know if that's changed, but last I checked, California has very strong castle doctrine.
homeowner would be arrested, because cities and places like LA who are anti-2A despise your Second Amendment rights more than they hate criminals victimizing
Although, yeah, he's probably right. The DA could go out of his way to fuck with you.
innocent people. Take a moment and think about just how fundamentally up that is. Thankfully, Missouri law enforcement understand the real meaning of self-defense. As Sheriff Derek Wheatley put it, the safety and protection of one's home is a fundamental right. Exactly. It doesn't get more fundamental than your right to protect your life and the lives of the ones that you love. But again, there are places in this country, unfortunately, who do not respect your Second Amendment rights. And in this particular case, had it been in one of those places, he may not have actually made it out as clean as he did here. He may have had to deal with a prosecutor who didn't like the fact that he shot someone who they considered to be unarmed. And as a result, what would a prosecutor like that do? Prosecute him. And then he's got to pay money to get an attorney. And he's got to go through the stress and the rigmarole of going to court and dealing with the possible trial, so forth and so on. These are very realistic situations and realities that you may find yourself in if you're ever involved in a
Brother better not be shilling USCCA in this segment because they had some pretty banger news drop on them recently.
self-defense shooting, which is why, like I always point out in these self-defense videos, and I will not stop doing it because it is that important, which is why I espouse everyone to get some type of legal protection when it comes to possibly using your gun in a self-defense situation. And one of the sponsors of this channel is USCCA. I choose USCCA as a sponsor of this channel because I do believe they are the most comprehensive membership when it comes to not only legal protection, but financial protection, and also training and knowledge and understanding, which is even as important. Because if you can use
Ah, yes, USCCA, the company that will gladly take your money, but when you have a clean-cut case of self-defense, they'll drop you only for the Supreme Court of your state to find you not guilty.
use the information and the knowledge and the experience that you learn from taking some of the courses that come with USCCA membership, you can avoid this altogether. And then even if you're unable to do that, you're then backed up by the legal protection and the financial protection that you get from them as well.
The fuck you are. All right. I'm gonna have to inject a little bit of a counter information here. Oh, that's actually another one that I wanted to watch. The desire to buy a Chris Vector has recently intensified. What is this? Oh, sparring in Ueshiryu. Nice. Oh, what were we doing? I wonder who Michaela Giles, I think, is the name of the lady. Wait, what? What the fuck? Hiroshima. Ooh. I'm gonna watch this walk video after that. Sorry, I'm all over the place. Joint Coalition goes after the juggler of the NFA. We love to hear it. We have a couple of videos on the topic, so we're gonna go for that. Michaela. Oh God, how do I spell your name? Giles? Hey there, Arcdemon. Hello there, welcome to the chat. I'm trying to find the name of the fuck. Right, let me go to Heavy Duty Countries channel. I kind of dislike I very subtly dislike the guy on a phenotypical basis. He's a good Southern boy, but who can you sometimes tell that he? What are we doing? We're reacting to the news sloppa, and because Colion Noir has brought up the name of the Lord of Evil, the USCCA. We're just gonna interject with a bit of news where USCCA has very specifically fucked over a client over a clear as day self-defense case, and that's been cleared by a local Supreme Court. And after that, not directly after that, but at some point after that, we're gonna play Gray Zone. How are you doing today? How was your 4th of July?
Oh, this is going to be a fun one. So, folks, I haven't really talked about USCCA for a while because I wanted to see if they were actually going to sue us. Not just send me, Mark, a couple other guys, just a misspelled cease and desist, but they didn't. And they thought it was, I don't know, good enough to just have me never mention their name again. Good try. I don't know for sure, but I think one of the reasons why is they were probably worried about what's going on with Kayla Giles, and they didn't want me talking about it. So let's start from the top.
Oh, it's Kayla Giles, not Michaela Giles. Okay.
On this, just in case people are not sure what happened here, because there's a lot. I'm going to break it down really quick. Kayla Giles and her husband were at a
Oh, you don't live in America, so it's a normal day for like any other. Oh, I'm sorry about that.
child custody exchange in a Walmart parking lot. They had a history of domestic abuse. They had restraining orders. So already a very tense situation.
Sorry, I apologize for the confusion. The majority of people who watch the channel they're usually American because of the time zone, or they're British, and I make a point of reminding the British what happened on the 4th of July.
Something happened during the child custody exchange, and her husband rushed to her door and yanked it open. He's a trained MMA fighter, 11 inches taller than her, probably got 100 pounds on her, so she feared for her life, shot him once in self-defense. She was a USCCA member, so they had originally paid out a $50,000 retainer to her attorneys. And then they dropped her. I don't know who made the decision, but they were acting as if they were the jury on that day and decided to just drop her. So just to stop for a second, there was another case that happened, the Alan Coley case, which I still have no idea the truth on. I think most people know, but Tim Schmidt, the CEO of USCCA, had put out a video saying that we were lying about what we were saying. That video is now deleted because he said some pretty, there's no other word for it, idiotic things in that video that are now gonna come bite him in the ass. I can't put the video up on the screen even though I have it because USCCA gets really petty and they'll issue a copyright strike. They just don't care about fair use, I guess. So let me put Tim Schmidt up on the screen and read verbatim what he said in this video. The insurance company is required by law to not cover someone if it's 100% crystal clear that they did not act in self-defense in any way. When is it crystal clear that someone didn't act in self-defense until they're convicted? Still have no idea how anyone on earth is a member of USCCA. Then he goes on to say that it was perfectly clear that a member had committed premeditated murder in reference to Kayla Giles. Now, Kayla Giles was convicted of second-degree murder, not first-degree, not premeditated.
Yeah, sure thing, Arc Damon. We're gonna be here for quite a while.
Murder. So I wonder why that video is deleted. Well, we still have it. So Tim Schmidt went up there, totally trashed her name in front of everyone just to save their own ass. And now, taking her case, her murder charge has been overturned. Her sentence has been reversed. Now, I just want to say to all the people out there, for example, he never goes outdoors academy.
Raymu Lover 69, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Onii-san's basement. You're welcome to stay, but I discourage you from attempting to leave. Yeah, top of the morning to you too. Did you celebrate 4th of July yesterday?
Made whole videos about Kayla Giles, dragging her name through the dirt. Still working with USCCA. You should see some of his videos where he puts USCCA in them. He's got comments saying, why would you ever work with this company, with thousands of likes? Yet these people still work with this company. What do y'all do? Do you just have a conversation?
I mean, to be fair, a lot of these people are also under contract, and a lot of those contracts have specified time frames, and you can't really exit that one because there are penalties involved. Sadly, we don't celebrate that day here. You heard we had tons of fun. I mean, it's usually like that every day. It's not a disproportionate amount of fun, but everyone picks their poison. I'm gonna extend my 4th of July probably into today because I want, well, today or tomorrow, depending on when I end stream, because I want to go to the range and put some reps in with my concealed carry.
Conversation and go, how big is the check? No, it's got to be a little bit higher for me to continue to do this. You're just dropping members, and one of them just had their murder charge overturned. You got to pay me more. I don't know. Is that how it goes? That'd be my guess. It's a shame. What do we stand for in this community? So,
all right, he's gonna go on.
Hello, America.
On a larger point there that I don't particularly care about, but yeah, USCCA is a bad concealed carry insurance because they are, at the end of the day, insurance and not a particularly great one. They mid-max the insurance game. I don't appreciate that. Just don't use them. AOR and US Law Shield seems to be a significantly better alternative. At the very least, I don't hear US Law Shield dropping their clients. All right. Apparently, the Chris Vector now goes Burr.
America, it's your birthday.
Hell yeah.
And boy, do I have a very special surprise for you. Introducing the Chris Vector Rapid Performance Tactical Reset Trigger. Holy sh... RPTR for short, or as I like to call it, the Raptor. And just like a Raptor, this thing is wicked fast.
The urge to buy a Chris Vector intensifies, especially with them not being terribly expensive.
You're watching the Irish Rifle Academy. Now, before we dive into the torture test of the Raptor trigger, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe.
Listen, Crespian, 9 millimeter is like at 9 millimeter is okay for your concealed carry handgun. Anything that has 2 points of attachment, sorry, um, I want that in a beefier caliber. It has to be either God's caliber or 10 mil.
Ammo's expensive, and I'm not sponsored. The Raptor trigger was sent out to us today by Wicked Arms Innovation. It's an assisted reset trigger, not to be confused with the forced reset trigger, due to some legal mumbo jumbo with rare breed triggers. Big difference, right? Now, my only instructions from Wicked Arms Innovation was to torture test the fuck out of it. So that's exactly what we're gonna do.
I have to say, torture testing the Crisp, anything on the Crisp platform, is ambitious to say the least, because at least for previous generations were kind of failure prone.
Now, today's torture test is going to be comprised of 1,000 rounds of 45 ammunition, all
Hell
FPGA,
yeah.
230 grain. The longest part of this video is actually going to be loading the magazines, considering we have 1,000 rounds and the Vector spits it out in about a second.
From what you've heard, an amazing platform for showing what can be done with 9 millimeter. I don't really know. Well, like, here's the thing. 9 millimeter is generally a fine round, especially at SMG distances. Like, it gets the job done. There, modern engineering has moved to the point where, first of all, you have PCCs in higher calibers, such as 10 mil and 45, that deliver significantly more energy and way more cavitation. I'm not sure that the Chris was originally even made in the 9 millimeter. I believe it started with 45, and 9 millimeter came after because it's just a cheaper round to train with.
And a half, and only got 3 mags. 2 people loading 1,000 rounds is not very fun. First up is going to be our accuracy test. We're at 15 yards and see how it goes. Safe to say he's dead.
Yep, that's pretty convincing. Even if he had plates, he caught at least 3 of those in the pelvic bowl.
So we have 26 shots on target. I don't think that's bad out of 30, especially at 15 yards. And with how fast this is, it's ridiculous. Now for this next magazine, I actually have a shot timer. We're gonna try and see how fast this thing actually fires. I seriously doubt it's gonna pick up all the shots, but we'll at least get to see when that last shot was actually shot, for lack of better words. Now, out of the 30 rounds we fired, the timer actually only picked up 12 of them, and it spit it out in 1.78 seconds, though there was a small time in between where it stopped firing. That was on me. So we're gonna redo the timer, see what we get. Hopefully we don't have that pause in between shots. I forgot to put one of my ear pros in. My ears are ringing quite loud. It's not not too fun.
You weren't aware of the 10 millimeter vector? Oh, it is definitely the sauce. Considering the 10 mil is significantly larger than 45. And unlike 45, 10 millimeter is supersonic. Oh, never mind. I stand corrected. It's not. Mm, it's not as girthy, so it's more powder for a slightly lighter projectile. Let me pull this up. So basically, this is 10 mil. This is 45. So this is a fatter slug, larger circumference, less powder, because the cartridge is necked up at the base there. So you got more ass behind a comparable size slug, realistically. But this one goes supersonic, this one doesn't. All 45 ammo is always subsonic. Whenever you want something to bleed out as fast as possible and therefore stop attacking you, Welcome back, Arc Demon. We're looking at the Chris Vector going burr in 45 and debating whether or not supersonic ammo is good enough at producing a stopping effect.
One.
But the point I was making, you generally want to bias towards supersonic ammo because it produces a bigger temporary cavity upon impact due to the hydraulic effect because it's, supersonic, it's faster.
0.56 seconds. A lot faster than our first one. So I was actually unaware it did have a malfunction. I didn't see it until we got back underneath the canopy. From the looks of it, it looks like it caught that brass.
That looks like a double load, my man.
So it tried to load the next round, but brass actually got caught.
Oh, it's an
I
ejection
think that's our
issue.
first malfunction.
That's my big gripe with the fucking Chris Vector. It's so over-engineered. You have so many failure points. Like, I wouldn't want to rely on something like that. As sexy and as drippy as a Chris Vector is, especially if it goes burr, I don't know, man. Like, I'd rather probably splurge the money on an Oomph 45 if I had to make the choice.
Function of the day might be 250 rounds in so far. It's probably due to how fast it's firing. If I
feel like a metal going faster than sound is stronger than metal that doesn't go faster than sound. I mean, just from a pure physics perspective, yes, that's correct, because force is mass times speed. So you can get, if it's a comparable size, a comparable grainage slug in 10 millimeter and 45, but 45 is always subsonic, you inherently produce, you deliver more force to your target with a 10 millimeter round. So you are correct in that intuition. Usually the problem is in delivering consistent terminal ballistics, but because we're talking SMG ranges, which is rarely farther out than maybe 10, 20 meters, your terminal ballistics don't really matter there because the distances aren't very large, and because your projectile is heavy, it's not going to lose a lot of energy while it's trying to reach the target.
I had to guess. Yeah, so unfortunately, we're at the worst part of the day for filming, just based off where the sun is, but we got to run through these 1,000 rounds, and we haven't even shot 500 yet. So, got 3 mags loaded up. We're going to run through them as fast as we can.
I do kind of respect the IRA LARP. But now I want this man to commit and have a video on building car bombs.
That worked pretty well. No malfunctions this time. This thing works pretty good. Now, unfortunately for me, it's kind of hard making 1,000 rounds entertaining considering it's the same thing over and over again. So we're gonna talk a little bit about where this thing's actually manufactured. Now, the Chris Vector is manufactured in Chesapeake, Virginia, which is part of the Hampton Roads community and only about 20 minutes away from my house.
So isn't far enough to make a difference since the guy will die anyway? Well, so the difference with a subsonic versus supersonic, no, there is still a difference because basically your target performance occurs at short to medium distances, and there is going to be a difference between 45 and 10 mil and between supersonic and subsonic. Most of the difference is going to be in what is referred to as the temporary cavity. So let me showcase this. We're gonna rabbit hole into this a little bit. Ballistic, not high speed. Oh, high speed. Fuck, gel test. Just find any video of gel being shot at.
Hey, Meta, this dish is good, but it's not special. I need it to be special.
Berry textures can add a special feel.
Yes.
What I was referring to is basically the problem that you have to solve for with things like rifle calibers, for example, the problem that occurs between 5.56 and 300 blackout, where at range, 5.56 is better at retaining energy because it is a faster moving, lighter round compared to 300 blackout, which is a very heavy round, which they perform similarly at short distances of up to, I'm going to say, 30 to 50 meters. But when we're going in the hundreds, like at 100, 200 meters, their performance starts being vastly different because 5.56 still retains a lot of its speed, and 300 blackout starts falling off pretty severely at those distances.
Ready, on your mark.
Grind hard ammo 223 versus gel block. 3, 2, 1.
God, that is beautiful. Got a little bit of a so this is what is referred to as the temporary cavity. This is the displacement of soft tissue which occurs as a result of the slug creating pressure in the fluids contained in whatever soft and fluid containing non-rigid tissues that it's impacting. Because it is moving at speed, it's cutting through some of it, creating permanent damage, but it's also forcing soft tissue to move out of the way with just the sheer air pressure and, well, sort of the impact force that it's delivering to a malleable medium. However, when that air collapses, when that pressure is no longer being applied,
Oh, it stopped it.
you're left with only the permanent cavity. And a stopping effect is usually a combination of the two. Generally, in order to produce a stopping effect on something human-shaped, you want the temporary cavity to affect the heart and lungs as much as possible, and you want the temporary cavity to also be as close to the heart specifically under sort of your standard use of force scenario. So that's why the standard prescription, for example, for handguns is 5 shots around the heart, because one of those is going to stop blood flow and stop movement. What have you seen that makes you cheer? I've seen what makes you cheer. Yes, I have, Digby. Multiple times, too.
Oh, I bet it went out. No, it's right there.
Oh, how cool is that?
God, also started
Yeah, we
tumbling
should see
inside.
some sort of explosion shock in there.
So yeah, this as the bullet was tumbling inside of the gel, it's produced a torn pattern of that's just permanently there of actually like destroyed tissue as opposed to misplaced tissue, and that's your permanent wound cavity. So we gotta destroy the earth. It's got to be done. Nah, we have that up in the cloud. Elon is currently delivering a record of your misadventures to wherever he's gonna be deported to.
A big reason why I love the Chris Vector is because it is manufactured locally. Now, the Chris Vector uses something called the Super V system. It directs the recoil downward rather than back towards the shooter, aiding in recoil control.
Having shot a 45 Chris Vector, although the one I shot I don't believe was full auto, it was suppressed and it was an SBR. It's very fun because it doesn't. The recoil is there, but it's like a very different recoil impulse. Deporting Elon would be a huge problem. Man's a walking ITAR hazard. That sounds like more of a problem to him than it is to us. Like, oh, you're a huge liability. Would be a shame if something happened to you.
Before the Raptor trigger, the Super V system was pretty pointless in the civilian world of firearms, considering you only truly reap the benefits from rapid fire. Now, at this point of the video, we're probably about 700, 600 rounds in, somewhere between there. I'm getting pretty hungry, so we actually got a watermelon downrange. And, you know, we didn't bring anything to cut it with. So I think this will do just fine. I think it's safe to say the watermelon is dead.
These people and their hate for watermelons, those poor watermelon farmers put in the work. Hell yeah. I mean, guys, it's a watermelon. It's like what? It's a $6 per piece. It's they are a small gun tuber, and ballistic dummies cost a shit ton of money. Let's criticize people who shoot ballistic gelatin because it uses gelatin that is also technically a foodstuff. You're forgetting that the first rule of gun safety is have fun, and rule number 2 is never cut me off in traffic. Innocent people, I hope people enjoy my watermelons. He says, as they spend a hard day harvesting watermelons. Well, I mean, you can't say that he's not enjoying the watermelon, just not the way he intended. Watermelon is a delicacy, not here, Arc Demon. I hate to break it to you, but in let's just say, I'll say this: we are very spoiled, given that a lot of the U.S. is in a subtropical climate. So watermelons are dirt cheap, and well, we farm those a lot right here. Like Texas grows a lot of watermelons. Like I kid you not, like $6 gets you a pretty banger seedless watermelon. Some still are. I'm pretty sure he's not shooting a gourmet watermelon.
Safe to say the watermelon's open, but there's quite a bit of dirt in it now, so I don't think we're gonna be eating it. Now I'd like to dedicate this next part to Hickok 45. I call it the drive-by.
I mean, if you pick it right, it does taste really good, but then you need to know how to pick watermelons. I think there's, God, there's some kind of confluence. I sort of do it on vibes. The way I do it is I look for one that has a contrasting pattern to it, where the stripes are a high contrast against the base color, and it's supposed to have a bit of a drum-like ring to it when you slap it. Yeah. You slap it for the ring. It's supposed to have like a clear sunspot on it because that's where the sugars are. And I'm told that it's supposed to have a contrasting pattern. That's important too.
Bye. I'm kind of at the point where I don't know what else to film other than just shooting it. So we're gonna unload some more. Help if we're in off safe.
Watched a couple of videos about the Japanese Horse Girls game, and now YouTube is all Japanese horse racing trivia. Damn, must be nice to be you. We're gonna watch a video about your Japanese wife shortly. It's in the slop tube.
We are slowly wrapping up with the 1,000 rounds of ammunition. It's been a long day. We were out here about 9:30.
You know what? I'm impressed that the Chris Vector is able to chew through 1,000 rounds of ammo with a single malfunction.
Maybe 5:30 already. However many hours that is, 7, 8, I don't know. Quick thoughts of the Raptor trigger so far.
That was really satisfying. It kind of is, yeah. Like shooting fun guns is fun. I can confirm. Even shooting less fun guns is still kind of entertaining. Half of them are videos about Gold Chip and his antics. An entire horse family of absolute menaces. Interesting.
It's been phenomenal. We've only
I have nothing of value to contribute here. I've never looked into the horse racing meta.
Malfunctions, and I'm gonna boil that down to me not lubing the gun properly. He had 2 stovepipes.
Oh, 2 stovepipes.
Went about 650, 700 rounds without actually lubricating the gun, and it's just been eating everything we put through it. So we're gonna go ahead and run through these last.
I mean, he is also shooting some pretty shit ammo. He's shooting Winchester White Box, so.
Few mags, maybe still about 200 or 300 rounds left. I'm not sure, it's still quite a bit, but send it.
Brother, you have a dump pouch. Why are you dropping the magazines on the ground? Sorry, it's a dumb thing to nitpick, but I just can't help but notice that you have a dump pouch on your tactical belt, but you're dropping empty magazines. Oh, that's okay, that's okay. 2 continents away. Wait. Okay, 2 continents away, so neither Asia nor Europe? Interesting. New Zealand? Australia?
That mag actually still had some ammo in it. Not sure what happened there.
Asia. Well, Asia is not technically 2 continents away because we have a shared body of water. Well, that's if you go the long way around, but if you go through over the Pacific Ocean, like it's only 1 continent away.
Oh, it's getting hot. So we're starting to wrap up this video on the last 2 magazines. Final thoughts, is it worth it? Absolutely. Rate of fire is absolutely insane. We're at about 1,200 rounds.
Absolutely fantastic. Forgot the world is a ball. That happens to the best of us. World is not a ball, it's a hypercube. I'm not going to dissect that statement any further.
Welcome back.
Let's see. Just a second. I'm gonna start with this one because VSO is a little bit angrier.
I never gonna ask anybody to compromise core principles, but preferences must be yielded for the greater good. And
as part of the one big bloated backstab that Republicans have perpetrated against the Second Amendment community, they have dropped the NFA tax to $0, which leaves the door wide open for the next rabid anti-gun regime that comes into power to increase that tax to whatever they feel like. And I'm going to guess that they're probably not going to stop at $200.
I mean, to be fair, they could always do that. They were just too stupid to do that.
If they wanted to stick with some kind of logic, they would use the inflationary number, roughly $4,600, depending on how you do their math, of course, for the value of $200.90. Was entirely avoidable.
Yeah, absolutely correct, Crespian. Also, that clipped very fucking weird. Just a second. Let me run that one again, because that one is not supposed to be covered by me. It's supposed to be in front. Thank you for, let's see. Show. Okay, you're supposed to be facing the cam. Ah, you're clipping through me. Let's try to change that. Nope. Oh, I'm gonna fucking break it, aren't I? Okay, Z-axis. Yes, my abs did in fact block the text. That is true. There you go, 1, 6. Let's try to fix it in increments. 2? No, the other way around. Okay. So 1.4. Ah, there it is. It's a little smallish. Let's go 5.5. Nope, not enough. 5.2. Ah, God fucking damn it. Sorry to do this live. Ah, you know, it's almost there. 4.9. Just about. Who redeemed the shirt? Do you not like the Iron Halo? I worked a lot. I worked very hard to make the Iron Halo. All right, there you go. Now we have the mostly correct. Let's see, 2.5. There you go. And now it sits in frame mostly correctly. Yes, join your local National Rifle Association.
By the way, if the Republicans had done their job, but they could put it up to whatever they want, to $20,000 tax stamps. Thanks, Republicans. You did a great job, boys. The short-sightedness of this just amazes me, all because they wanted to meet some stupid deadline that they predestined, and in the process have left you and me hanging with our ass out, ready to get spanked by the next big government push that comes around the bend. The Republicans' chosen color is red, for red coat. However, and
we all know what we do to red coats, Oni Dojo.
In the short term, we have possibly a marginal legal edge to challenge the National Firearms Act, and that has happened. Within hours of this thing being signed into law, a massive coalition of gun rights activists and organizations has filed a lawsuit against the government to challenge the National Firearms Act because the tax is no longer in effect. I'm going to take you to that lawsuit, give you a brief overview after we hear a quick word from today's sponsor. Today's video is brought to you by Medical Gear Outfitters. They are friends of mine and a sponsor of the channel for over a year now, and I thank them very much for being part of the mission here at the VSO Gun Channel. And I will put it to you this way. I have never fired my weapon in self-defense, fortunately. However, unfortunately, I have had to use my trauma kit in an uncomfortable number of instances. The most recent incident was literally a month ago. And without getting into a whole lot of details, easily avoidable situation, car accident. If you do not have a trauma kit in your house and in your vehicle, you are flat out wrong. And to help you get to the right place, there's a discount code available from Medical Gear Outfitters for all of you to take advantage of. I will have it listed in all the relevant places. Thank you to Medical Gear Outfitters for supporting the mission here at VSO Gun Channel. Now, let's get...
I do kind of get behind this. I think, fortunately, at least medical supplies aren't regulated in most parts of the world. So get yourself a trauma kit, not necessarily from the video sponsor, but just have one around. Mine hangs around my battle belt, which is like it's most likely that that's going to be around a trauma scenario. So that's why the trauma kit lives there. But I'm also actually setting up a separate one.
Back to the video. In the United States Court for the Northern District of Texas, please.
Let's see who's contributing. Gunners of America based Firearms Regulatory Accountability Coalition. B&T USA, hell yeah. Palmetto State Armory, love to see it. Silencer Co. Gun Owners Foundation, nice. Go and spend some money in Palmetto State. We're gonna look at some deals they have.
Baby Jesus, let Reed O'Connor draw this case. Pretty please with sprinkles on top. Silencer Shop Foundation, Gun Owners of America, Firearms Regulatory Accountability Coalition, B&T USA, Palmetto State Armory, Silencer Co., Gun Owners Foundation, and Brady Wetz. Sues, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, United States Department of Justice, Pamela Bondi, Daniel Driscoll, both in their official capacities. You will notice that organizations like the National Rifle Association and Silencer Central are not part of this lawsuit.
I wonder why.
So that they can't dick it up this go around. I'm not going to read you the entire lawsuit. It's only 16 pages, but I'll give you the highlights. Enacted in 1934, the National Firearms Act is premised on Congress taxing power. The act imposed a $200 tax, approximately $5,000 in today's dollars, on manufacture and transfer of particular classes of firearms. The NFA's authors left no doubt that the NFA was an exercise of the taxing power, and the Supreme Court upheld it on that basis. This has been the uncontroversial understanding of courts and commentators for nearly a century. But the NFA no longer imposes any tax on the vast majority of firearms it purports to regulate. The one big bloated backstab act, which Congress and the president enacted on July 4, 2025, zeroes the manufacture and transfer tax on nearly all NFA regulated firearms. That means the constitutional foundation on which the NFA rested has dissolved. The NFA cannot be upheld under any other Article 1 power with respect to the untaxed firearm. The act is now unconstitutional. If you skidoo,
I think that this is a little bit ambitious. I think challenging the entirety of the NFA because portions of it do not levy a tax but still regulate is kind of overkill. I think they may have overshot. Because I think they would have had better odds of suing directly to deregulate suppressors and short-barreled rifles. But listen, they are lawyers. They probably know better. Let's see how this plays out.
Down to page 14, you'll see that the plaintiffs asked for two things. Count one, declaratory judgment that the NFA's regulation and transfer requirements exceed Congress's Article 1 enumerated powers with respect to untaxed firearms. NFA's registration, manufacture, and transfer requirements pertaining to untaxed firearms exceed Congress's enumerated powers. These requirements were enacted and sustained as an exercise of Congress's taxing power. Silencers, short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, and the NFA's any other weapons category are now untaxed, yet the registration and transfer requirements persists. Plaintiffs are injured by the NFA's unconstitutional requirements. Plaintiffs are entitled to a declaration that the NFA's registration and transfer requirements exceed Congress's enumerated powers. Count 2, injunctive relief against federal officials from implementing or enforcing NFA with respect to untaxed firearms. Plaintiffs are entitled to a permanent injunction against defendants from implementing or otherwise enforcing any part of the NFA that pertains to untaxed firearms. Prayer for relief. A, declare that the NFA's registration and...
Okay, that's also not great because that means if the next Congress and Senate goes back and ups the tax, then the injunction no longer works because it's specific to untaxed items under the NFA.
And transfer requirements pertaining to the untaxed firearms exceed Congress's enumerated powers. B, enjoin defendants and their employees, agents, successors, or any other person acting in concert with them from implementing, enforcing, or otherwise enacting under the authority of the NFA with respect to untaxed firearms. C, award plaintiffs reasonable costs. D, grant plaintiffs and all such other and further relief to which they are justly entitled at law and in equity. So to translate this for you, the tax has gone away on SBRs, SBSs, silencers, and AOWs. However, the registration requirement that was predicated on the paying of the tax has gone away. No longer constitutional, can't do it anymore. Court, we want that in writing, that that's the way that this works. And then 2, we want you to bar any agent of the government from enforcing the National Firearms Act and its provisions against the American people, specifically to the plaintiffs, but it'll create two classes of folks, and the Supreme Court really hates that sort of stuff. So there's a chance there, I suppose, if you believe that the Supreme Court is actually going to do anything about this. Now, the thing that is interesting here is they only asked for permanent injunctive relief. They did not ask for a preliminary injunction, which is oftentimes the case with a lot of Second Amendment litigation. They will ask for a preliminary injunction, which basically says, hey, you can't enforce this while we're litigating it. And they have chosen not to do that this time because Gun Owners of America et al. In here recognizes that the time is short on this one.
Okay.
We've only got a couple of years to get this litigation done. The last time we had a major lawsuit against the government like this, it took many years and millions of dollars worth of litigation to get it done. This is why the Republicans screwed up so bad and leaving us out to dry on this one. We have very little time to get this done in the scheme and scope of constitutional litigation, and we have to move fast. We don't have time to dick around with trying to keep the government from enforcing it in the short term because the tax is zeroed out. We have to get this all the way up through the courts as quickly as possible, and we're going to forego the preliminary injunction. It's basically what this thing says, right? They only asked for declare it unconstitutional and prevent them from.
Okay, but does the declaration of the NFA as unconstitutional actually do anything? Is my question that should probably be directed at a lawyer.
Enforcing.
Fuck it, I can call my GOA guy and ask him.
It against the American people. So to be real with you, we got our butts kicked. If I want to be gracious,
yeah, that's kind of true.
I'll call the big bloated backstab bill a draw. And what a draw means is that the first salvo or the first interaction, the first contact that was made did not have a definitive winner. And the winner of
So the America is imploding? No, it's really not. What did you mean by that? Can you specify your question? Or your assumption more specifically? Because I can provide a little bit of wider context. I wouldn't say we're imploding. It's just that gun owners as a voting bloc inner turmoil. I mean, so for one, we're not a unitary state. We've had internal turmoil for the entirety of our history. Once we were done killing the British, we post haste started killing each other, and we only stopped to invade Iraq. You need to understand that America is not one country. America isn't just a gigantic warlike tribe. We are a combination of 50 extremely violent warlike tribes. So we always pick shit fights internally, and that's sort of the way that we govern, because there's a degree of state autonomy to enforce that. That's why everyone dislikes Californians, and because they're also gigantic MiG-15s. And that's generally part of our political process. And then you have interest groups that sort of form loose coalitions around certain key issues and their pet projects, and that sort of informs the political process. So I wouldn't call that turmoil. That's just how we do things here. And specifically on the NFA, the Republicans have overpromised, and they couldn't deliver. So now the consensus amongst gun owners is Republicans no longer deserve a majority. They only deserve to be forever deadlocked with the Democrats in a full filibuster and not be able to do anything because they're not able to deliver results with a majority, so they don't deserve to have one.
Of that exchange is to be determined by the next action. This is where we're left.
Well, yeah, we are a federation of 50 semi-autonomous states, with the federal government mostly being in charge of external affairs largely. All of our most of our internal affairs are supposed to be regulated at the state level. That is by design. Because when America was started as the 13 colonies were semi-autonomous. That only changed, and we've developed elements of a unitary government structure during the Civil War as part of Lincoln's overreach and suspension of habeas corpus.
So we can sit here and cry in our beer over it.
Like, for example, any state in the Union technically has a right to secede from the Union. And like we can drop articles of secession saying that, hey, we want to leave. We no longer want to be a state. Or we want to be moved from a state to a US territory, for example. And generally we have the right to do that. Question is, usually countries don't like it when you do when parts of them try to run off. So that would probably be met with military force. But then again, Texas also owns like 60% of America's firearms. So good luck with that. Last time that happened, there was a war. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that if Arizona, Florida, and Texas were to be on one side of that war, we would just end up conquering the rest of America. Well, of course, Argentine, you need to understand that treason is legal as long as you win. Just like war crimes.
I suppose. I'm not saying that we forgive. We absolutely.
Weren't they on the losing side of the last war? Yes, but a lot has changed. For one, we're no longer run by Democrats. Second, there is also, how should I put this? The concentration of able-bodied men and the hardware to do so is also very different now. Again, Texas alone contains 60% of all civilian firearm ownership. Just Texas. Yeah, essentially a state can just declare articles of secession saying that, hey, we don't like A, B, and C. Texas votes on secession every 10 years. So chemical weapons time? Big if true. It's that very same copy pasta. The thing is, like, the Texas National Guard would likely secede along with the state. And with control over any federal assets that are on Texas land. Realistically, the coalitions would be somewhere along the line of the Rust Belt plus Texas plus Florida plus Arizona plus Nevada, maybe California, or we just conquer California, because you need to understand that California isn't all lib shit. All of the libtards are contained within like the 3 counties of LA. It's just that they're so numerous and mostly illegal. So once T-Money is done deporting them, parts of California want to secede, yes. Most of California would like to secede from fucking LA and San Francisco. If we look at the election charts for the 2024 election, most of California is deep fucking red. It's just that their electoral votes are overshadowed by the large urban areas. So I would say, yeah. And now you need to factor in that most veterans congregate around major military bases. So they live either in Texas or in California or in Nevada. I'd say that if the Yankees want to start shit, their terms are acceptable.
Hold those representatives responsible for what they did to us. They should be out of office, and you should not show up for them in the coming midterm elections.
Listen, John Thune should hang, as far as I'm aware, as far as I'm concerned. People forget that California is where a lot of military bases are. Yep, lots of recruits come from here, and there's tons of gun owners here. It's just overshadowed by places like LA and San Fran. Yeah, yep, that is also true. And I mean, listen, a lot of those California compliant ARs can be converted into pretty normal ARs with a little bit of know-how and a little bit of elbow grease.
But in the interim, while we wait for our vengeance, this is the way. I will keep you appraised as it develops. Now, if the administration Donald Trump et al., Pam Bondi, Driscoll, all those folks, if they wanted to show Second Amendment support, if they actually wanted to solidify that, they keep talking a good game and their actions don't really show it, but if they wanted to do it, then here's your chance, Mr. President and Madam Attorney General and Mr. Director. When that lawsuit gets to court, you show up and say, Your Honor, the right. We do not challenge. All eyes on the executive branch, I suppose.
They do actually, they can do that, which is the funny part. They've already settled the rare breed case because they knew that they would lose on the merits. So I would be interested to see how the Pam Bondi DOJ reacts to this one. I don't like her. I think she is a deep state plant and just generally an offensively unimpressive person. But if she does that, that would be very funny. All right, so let's see what Digby's wife is up to. Apparently, she's in the news that even Nobita from Japan has noticed and is running. He's running interference because the Gaijin have started to notice, rather the Japanese have started to notice. He needs to shift the Overton window until it's too late.
More and more resistance against foreigners receiving social security, such as pension, health insurance, or welfare benefits.
Oh my god, based.
As many Japanese can't afford grocery, wages stagnating, and poverty has been rising among them, so recently scapegoating might be rapidly on the rise, and foreigners...
I mean, it's hardly scapegoating if you... So here's the thing. The promise of the Japanese government is very different from the one we have in America. Because America basically gives you an opportunity to fend for yourself with a lot of success. Japan is not like that. Japan taxes you at like a base rate of 34%. If I'm remembering, if I have a correct recollection of the tax rate there. The promise there is that you have a lot of social support networks. That is the baseline promise. And I agree that your own citizens should be prioritized to access what they have been taxed for.
The easy target, given the fact that we see a lot of medical institutions being abused. Obviously not all.
So wait, so it's scapegoating, but it's also true. God, I fucking hate Nobita so much.
Foreigners abuse the system, and yet the conversation ends up this so often, and our focus becomes blaming foreigners.
Wait, oh no. Foreigners are doing the bad thing that is actually hurting us, but it's blaming foreigners. This has happened to him after living in Canada for like a semester. How do you reverse this damage?
As far as I can see, social media has been full of resentment and frustration among Japanese, and this kind of clips wide.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Shared.
社会保険料がどんどん上がってる言ってるけど、上がるに決まってるんですよ。新宿区の、外国籍の国民健康保険11億円が未済未納です。私たちが今まで積み上げてきた国民健康保険が外国人に悪用されています。
In Japan, everyone has to join if they stay 3 months.
Careful lobotomy, more like a 9mm lobotomy.
Or more, but clearly some of them don't want to join, especially those who stay here just a few years.
Wait, you can just refuse to pay taxes? What the fuck? That's an option? You can just do that? Taxes can't enter your paycheck if you don't consent?
Yes, and what she says is actually true. Nearly half of them don't pay that in Shinjuku, and neither in many other cities, which is widely reported in a Japanese media I see. Some people estimate we have that sort amount unpaid, which could hugely increase the burden of all the citizens in Japan. As you know,
It could hugely increase the burden.
Japan is a country where the debt-GDP ratio is the highest among developed countries. It's already placing a lot of pressure on public finances, and for this year that accounts for 1/3 of the national budget. The government's increasingly under pressure to do something both.
Reminder that 60% of our budget is entitlement programs that should be cut entirely, with the exception for VA benefits.
On tourists and residents, as more and more Japanese put the blame on foreigners and demand that we exclude them.
許さないぞ生活保護制度は我々日本人のものだ
外国人がいることで、全部その12万を何十人とかで分けることになっちゃう。外国人の方にも与えちゃったら、まあお金は足んないですよね、絶対。結局、誰かから税金で取るしかないじゃん。
日本って結構そうですね。それで
I mean, where's the lie?
介護の認定とか受けるのも
もういいんです。若い人たちが今大事なんだから、若い人たち優先にそっちにお金使ってください。お年寄りも自分。
Come on, crew. It's called tactically relocating lead to an important part of the nervous system. Yes, we're creating new synapses in his brain. Imagine a nation taking care of its own citizens first. That's a crazy concept.
自分の世代じゃなくて次の世代になんか将来のために。
生活保護って日本国籍に絞るべきではないですか？そうですよね。そうですよね。そうですよね。いや、私たち税金払って別にね、日本国籍が生活保護を受けるんだったら別にいいですよね。
Girl, please, I implore you. I like your message. You're doing good work. Please take public speaking lessons. You are so close. Hey there, Notary, aggressively nationalist Japanese lady. Hell yeah. But listen, she needs to take public speaking lessons. She needs to add that last coat of polish, just so that it's a little snappier, so that it's a little less shrill. She needs to put in a little bit of stylistic work. The message is there, it's banger, but please do the extra work. She needs to become a VTuber to practice. She would probably be just as shrill as a VTuber. It's not that. She just needs a public speaking course. She's also not managing her voice very well because she's speaking like hell. Why are you screaming? You have a microphone. You feel like that's the opposite way? What do you mean?
Yusuke Kawai, who's one of those totally against welfare for foreign residents. He got the most votes and became assembly member for the...
Well, yes, she's fired up, but you can do that without A, peaking your microphone, and B, there is a certain cadence of speech, especially in your sort of official Japanese speaking, because she's speaking in Tameguchi. She's speaking in simple grammar, which is unbecoming of someone aspirational. And before you say no, it doesn't feel relatable. It just comes off as uneducated, because you need to understand, like, class separations and sort of educational backgrounds in Japan have a very different attitude towards it. It's very similar to the Brits, but without touching young boys. Digby is here, so I know he would appreciate that if he's still here. That is a Digby approved joke. So, politicians are supposed to speak in very defined, very polished, public relations approved, well, not public relations approved, but very published, highly educated keigo. Even son keigo, because a well-spoken person delivers a message so much well, and if you're clued into that particular manner of speaking, I think it's way more impactful, way more it's way better at reaching a wider swath of the public. You need to try to be presentable and level-headed in public speaking situations. Yes, exactly. Becoming a VTuber is the opposite way on public speaking. Yeah, pretty much. It is. It would be funny if she became a VTuber. She would basically become Japanese Kersha, and I'm kind of here for that.
The city, and his policy being strict on foreigners has been widely supported not just in the city, but possibly in Japan entirely.
ちょっとどうなんだろうなって思ってる市民がそれだけいたということでしょうね。非常に多くのその外国。
How long until VTuber politician? Well, I mean, Kersha did state that she plans to get involved with local politics. So once she moves to her new residence in New Hampshire, I think. So I guess this long until VTuber politician. Or until I get fed up and I run for a fucking Senate seat in Texas, I guess.
個人に対しての悩みというのは声も聞くし、メールでも届くし。
Running as a VTuber? The boomers need to die off. I'm sorry, but that millennials have to become the overwhelming voting bloc.
軽いもので言えばゴミ出しのルール守らないとかね。あとこうベランダからこうタバコ捨ててるとか、まあ、そのレベルから始まって中学生とか高校生がクルド人にレイプされたりとか暴れて暴動を起こしたとか多くの市民の方も悩まれている。
Deport them all, yes, even the legal ones.
だろうなという気がしますよ。まあ私はもうそもそも犯罪率も高いと思ってるっていうか、まあ犯罪率高いというデータも出ているし、そんな状況でなんで日本人がね毎日頑張って働いて。
A simple solution: run on an anti-boomer platform. The problem is, Digby, boomers can still vote, and a lot of them do, because they have nothing better to do with their time.
手なしのお金でから払ってる税金をそんな外国人のためにね、これ単純に腹立ちませんって、自分たちが頑張って働いたね税金でいうやっぱり国民感情っていうのは間違いなくあると思いますよ。祖国で面倒を見てくださいというふうにするべきであって、日本人の税金から払うべきものではないと。
To be fair though, many Japanese misunderstand that all foreign residents must be eligible, but actually it's only for those who have similar residing situation to Japanese citizens.
Yeah, who gives a fuck? They're still foreign. Again, why the fuck? Well, here's the thing: spouse of a Japanese citizen, but why the fuck are you bringing dependents into the country and then placing them on the public dole? I'm sorry, what entitles you to a fucking handout? Even the American government doesn't do that. Because when you naturalize someone as an American citizen, you actually sign a waiver that says that you will not be relying on public assistance. Like you will be sued and fined to death if you naturalize someone in the U.S. and then you attempt to access entitlement programs.
Under certain conditions. And for example, those with skilled worker or business manager visa and those awaiting refugee status or under temporary release can't receive welfare benefits, which
good.
Like I said, many Japanese don't know. And
who gives a fuck? None of them should have access to that.
According to data I've checked, it's not so huge and has been consistently a few percentage for
Yeah, 3% is 3% too much, my guy.
This decade, though it's high.
And you also have the issue of people not paying their medical bills.
Higher rate compared to Japanese ones, but many of them receiving welfare would be Zainichi Koreans who have been living here entire lives and yet considered foreigners. Not to mention that you could get rejected as you are socially stigmatized, probably more than Japanese. Needless to say,
Japan City Hall refuses Brazilian welfare request, said go back to your own country. Based!
Abused by foreigner or anyone shouldn't be accepted, but he claims what we wanna blame is the system or the lawmakers who create the system.
Hey there, Rag. How are you doing?
Not foreign residents.
It's becoming a scapegoat for Gaigokuji. There is a structure.
Then leave. If the country is bad and it's covered in the evil Japanese racism, leave.
Structural conversation to be had, and I don't think picking on few foreigners who are taking an advantage as a way to focus and attention, where I think it's much more systemic. Social welfare here is to protect those who are most marginalized, those who have the least advantages, whether they are
I'm sorry, but that sounds like a bunch of fucking kami gobbledygook.
Gaigokujin or Nihonjin, and ultimately benefit all society. The last thing you want to do is to scapegoat.
He also
I don't know, that sounds like a pretty banger plan. Let's try doing that, and then we play it by ear.
Besides, this kind of assumption or rumor shouldn't be spread, since many of them pay taxes and surely
Sorry, motherfucker, did you not just quote a statistic that 41% of foreign Shinjuku residents don't pay their social security taxes? You've literally just shown stats on how they don't pay taxes, and you're like, but it's an unfair assumption that they are more likely to not pay taxes by not opting into the national healthcare system. But why are they there exactly?
Contribute to the society.
My family cares about this country and loves to contribute to it. We pay taxes, pay into the pension system.
Okay, you're still not Japanese. Get the fuck out.
And we also try to give back, and by volunteering. We do have a kind of homeless program. Make, onigiri every day, and we give them to those who are in the most need. 日本人。
日本人の不満が高まっているっていうのはわかるんですけども、まずちゃんと払っている外国人も多いですよと。二つ目にその、
多いとは、sorry, what the fuck do you mean many? Like, how many is many? What is the proportion? Sorry, I'm spurging out so much. I'm spurging out so hard, I'm replying in Japanese.
悪い会社で働いてしまって不当に解雇されるみたいな、少なくともそういった外国人に関して言えば公的な支援、税金を使った支援。
日本人は本来
じゃあ帰れ
の困ってる人を助けるためにだし、一番助けるべきはやっぱり日本人の例えば一人親世代のお母さん世帯とか、そういうところの人たちをやっぱり手厚くしない。
I'm gonna say something that's very out of character for myself, but you know what? I would rather the Japanese single mother get those benefits.
ないと、いずれ外国人を第一にする必要はないですよ。まず日本人。例えばアメリカのトランプ大統領やって、アメリカ国民の利益優先するのは当たり前じゃないですか。それ
Hell yeah, based God Emperor Trump. Trump nature is healing so much under Trump that even Japan is oh fuck, let me take that one from the top. Trump is so great. He's healing nature so much that Japan is becoming xenophobic again.
それがやっぱり本当のリーダーなんじゃないかなと思うんですよ。だから外国人と日本人を全部平等に、はい、生活保護ですってやってると、これからどんどんそのアメリカか多民族国家になっていっちゃったら、そんなことしたら日本の魅力なくなっちゃいますよね。
Yes, 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 yes.
自己責任というか、日本の中で働けるようにしっかり日本語とか日本の文化を自分で勉強しないとダメですよ。
外人の方とかウクライナから来られた方々の方が日本で優遇されてるっていうのを聞いてて、なんで日本で住んでるのに日本人が優遇されないんだろう。
そのウクライナの人だったりとか、例えば交換留学生で日本に来てる人だったりとか、そういうところで対立するとまずいんですよ。どうしてかって言ったらもう
Mazuitoa. Fuck. Why is it bad though? Is it not true? Where is the lie?
問題の本質ではないから、その生活保護のあり方であったり、そこに対して標準を合わせて訴えていく。こんな状態。
You fucking thin-wristed cock. I can feel the Marxist cock. I can feel the Marxist cock on your breath. It's bad to blame them. Okay, we blame you. That's also. You can feel the smell of commie off of him.
ないのに外国人の人たちは得してるらしいってことで煽られないでってことです。生活保護を受けるってことに対してマイナスのイメージで見る。
Look at that absolutely un-Japanese way that he gestures. He is a fucking plant. He is a commie. Yamaguchi Otoya, where are you?
っていうこと自体が間違いなんですよ。それがなければ命はつなげない。
But whether or not we grant it, what really concerns many foreigners might be that it ends up even bigger discrimination against foreigners, as we still tend to categorize all of them as the same.
Based.
ただし考えがどんどん広まってるっていうことなんで、それを別に差別って捉える必要はないんじゃないかと。反グローバリズム、ナショナリズムの方が大事なんだ、それが正しいっていう判断になってきてるわけでしょ。外国人は外国人、日本人と扱いは異なることがあるのはしょうがないよと、差別じゃなくて。
Paul, my friend, why is Paul there? Exactly. Paul can also go the fuck home.
区別としてね、日本人ファーストの政治しますってやるのって当たり前のことじゃないですか。外国人にメリットあって日本人にデメリットになってんだったら、それは日本人にメリットあるように変えてくださいってことですよ。今だってトレードオフになってるわけじゃないですか。外国人に対しては例えば治安悪くなるとか、外国人に生活保護払ったらその分日本人のお金が減るとか、そういうトレードオフになってるわけじゃないですか。
The Japanese are starting to notice. Hell yeah.
二者択一に。二者択一の時は日本人助けますよって言ってるんですよ。日本人と外国人が川で溺れてて浮き輪1個しかなかったら日本人に投げますって言ってるんですよ、私は。だって私は日本の政治家なんだから。戸田市を発展させるために日本を発展させるのが私の仕事なんでしょ。なんで外国人の方持たなきゃいけないんですか。
やっぱり今3ヶ月で社会保険制度の恩恵に預かれるっていうところ、それを1年にするのか3年にするのか、あるいはもう日本人だけのシステムにするべきだ、あるいはどういった他の要件を設けるのが適正なのかっていうのはこれから議論の上で決定していくべきものと思います。
So notice the way this lady speaks. Compared to Unryu. notice how it's even without understanding the particularities of the language, she is much more pleasant to listen to.
どうしてもっていう場合に、セーフティーネットがあるっていうのは非常に重要で、あんまりにもそこをノンケアにしていると、おそらく治安が悪くなると思います。ホームレスとか、そういったことがあることによって治安が悪くなっちゃうっていうのは、ただ、基本的には、やっぱり日本人の税金で賄われてますので、そういった意味では、そっちの数が日本人より上回るとか、それはあっちゃいけないかなと思いますし、例えばなんですけど、公立の小学校、都心3区と呼ばれるような千代田区とか中央区とかですね、結構な割合で外国人の方がいらっしゃってですね、喋れない、コミュニケーションが取れないので、喋れない子がいるから、通訳をつけるとか、教育現場にちょっと負荷がかかってるっていうのは、ちょっと違うのかな。法律で我々の税金から入っているもの、最低限ですね。
Yeah, if you want to participate in the school system, at least speak the basic fucking language of the school system.
日本語でコミュニケーションを取れるっていうのは要件として出すべきだなと思っていて、その社会サービスの方ですね。そこはしっかりと公平。
All due respect to the Japanese, their general non-confrontational style of dialogue doesn't do so well for raising an alarm about the kinds of things we're being victimized. It's not so Notary, you're missing the forest for the trees a little bit here. It's not that the way of speech is non-confrontational. It's not what I'm talking about. It is okay, so time for a little language lesson, I guess. So, Japanese, without breaking it into regional dialects, also consists of stylistic dialects. And they can be roughly broken into in ascending order of formality. Tameguchi keigo, son keigo, teinego, which is simple Japanese, which means like observing the basic laws of grammar. Keigo, standard default politeness. Son keigo, expressed intentional politeness, and teinego is humble speech. So proper official communications, whenever you are in an official setting, are a combination of sonkeigo and teinego. That is the correct way of structuring your speech. It is a very difficult way of speaking, but it transmits ideas very well. It is very formalized. It is very codified. It shows a air of dignity while also signaling that you are well educated and intelligent. And while using that particular style of communication, you don't necessarily have to be non-confrontational. So the Sonkeigo and Teinego structure still allows for raising valid points that may be confrontational. You just do that in a very matter of fact fashion, if that makes any sense. By discoloring your statements of any kind of expressed emotion or ruggedness, you are demarcating that statement as a statement of fact inherently, as opposed to it being a histrionic outburst. And that is perceived and accepted significantly better by Japanese speakers. Have you ever had a Japanese interaction where you felt like you did well? What do you mean? You hope they don't have birthright? They don't. So it depends on what we're doing, on what we're talking about. Citizenship is still generally separated from nationality, and that creates a dualistic system. For on the one hand, it's generally easy to naturalize as a Japanese citizen, as like you just renounce one of your passports and you receive a Japanese passport. You don't even really have to rescind your other passport. They don't really enforce that. They just don't outright support dual citizenships, but that's besides the point. It does grant you voting rights. You have to be legally employed for a number of years, and you need to be in the country legally. You need to have a record of paying taxes, and you need to be able to communicate and function in Japanese. There's not a formal Japanese language test, but you need to be able to operate in Japanese in order to be granted citizenship. So, on the other hand, a lot of institutions are going to be barred to you as a foreigner, both on a social and on a governmental well, not really on a governmental scale, but like informally, you will still be barred because you are a foreigner, just by birth. But it also creates, for example, an issue of there are American-born Japanese that are Japanese by nationality, but they don't have an automatic right to naturalize if their parents don't have Japanese citizenship. Just the lingering feeling of doing something wrong. Could I explain? Yeah. That's what I'm doing, Rag. As to the best of my ability. So you will have what's referred to as Beinichi, Nihonjin. So these are like American-born Japanese, because there is a sizable Japanese diaspora in America, but some of them are second or third generation Japanese, and even though they grow up in ostensibly Japanese households, they can't automatically naturalize as Japanese, despite the fact that, for example, they'll have a fully Japanese grandmother, well, they'll have fully Japanese parents, and they'll have grandparents with Japanese passports, but the nation of Japan doesn't automatically recognize them as a citizen who's renaturalizing. So they don't have automatic birthright citizenship, so they don't. Realistically, very few countries do, and Japan is one of the countries that doesn't, which is fine. Again, like if a cat is like if you're born in a stable, you don't automatically become a horse. All right, moving on.
平成がちゃんと我々日本人の国ですので、自分たちのこの税金でそっちに譲歩する必要はないかなと。
Only heard of it in the U.S. Yes, I mean in the U.S. it makes sense because again we're not an ethno state. Because if we try to become one, we become very very much fragmented. Not even like even before we get to the Browns, there's going to be a war between the fucking between the Anglos, the Irish, the French, the Germans, the Norwegians, which still like the Italians, although I would probably classify those as the Browns. Like this, it's not really a fissure that you want to stress. We have a structured yet arguably, well, justifiably steep naturalization track, and that has to do with the ethos of the country. Like you are supposed to aspire to be an American citizen, and the barriers are there to make sure that we siphon the highest quality people from the world. And birthright citizenship only makes sense if it has certain safeguards that were not put in place until Trump came in. And what he's currently doing with birthright citizenship is objectively a correct measure to do. I would just wish that we could get that into law, actually passed by Congress, and we didn't have to rely on executive orders that can be overturned by the next incoming executive. Well, yeah, if your dad is not a national citizen, neither are you. I believe he's introduced a slightly different, like at the very least, one of the parents has to be a legal permanent resident in order for the child to be a citizen. So people on H-1B visas are out, illegals are out. Like that cuts an entire gigantic swath of people who specifically come here in hopes of dropping anchor babies and naturalizing that way.
Sanseito focuses a lot on immigration. They want to make it harder for foreigners to buy land in Japan, deny foreigners voting rights, and reduce the flow of foreign.
Why the fuck do foreigners have voting rights in the first place? Are you high? A lot of stuff that was necessary for birth of a nation are no longer necessary for a superpower. It's not even that. It's just that these things were never designed for a globalized society that is aware of these mechanisms and actively abuses them. They were not designed with safeguards against abuse in mind. When the 14th Amendment was passed, the H-1B visas did not exist. There's actually Supreme Court precedent of denying an Indian man citizenship. Do with that what you will.
Foreign workers, on the grounds that foreigners apparently commit more crime and...
I mean, apparently they kind of do per capita. Per capita strikes again.
Take welfare away from Japanese
Yes, they do.
families.
賛成党は日本人ファーストと、この30年の経済停
Japan first, hell yeah. Make Japan great again.
滞している背景には、グローバリズムというものがあると思います。移民や外国人に頼らない、そういった国家運営を。
もうね、危機的な状況です。歩いても歩いても外国人の方ばっかだし、治安も悪いし、私たちの税金使われるし、社会保険料上がってって、外国政策ばっかやられてるから、日本人の生活は苦しくなるし、増税増税増税ばっかりだし、日本はね、日本人でやっていけるんですよ。で、アメリカ今ね、なんかロサンゼルスですごいデモやってますけど、まあ移民どんどん入れたらああなるということですね。あれこそ日本の未来です。移民を一度入れてしまったら返せませんということを。
Is she wrong? They can buy land and vote. They can buy land. They can vote under certain conditions, and there are, let's put it bluntly, communist groups that are currently advocating for franchising, for giving foreigners the franchise to vote in Japan. So it is a current talking point. But again, I'm a fan of Uryu. I like what she does. Girl, please get public speaking lessons. Just compare the way the previous Saori Sato, Tokyo Metropolitan Assembly member. She is a current assembly member. So listen to the way she speaks, and then listen to Uryu.
東京です。歩いても歩いても外国人の方ばっかだし、治安も悪いし、私たちの税金使われるし、社会保険料上がってって、外国政策ばっかやられてるから、日本人の生活は苦しくなるし、増税増税増税ばっかりだし、日本はね、日本人でやっていけるんですよ。で、アメリカ
So she sticks mostly to Keigo, sometimes simplifying down to Tamaguchi. That's generally fine. But she has clear statement, pause. Clear statement, pause. Clear statement, pause. Conclusion. Uryu unfortunately has. Let's listen to her now.
今ね、なんかロサンゼルスですごいデモやってますけど、まあ移民どんどん入れたらああなるということですね。あれこそ日本の未来です。移民を一度入れてしまったら返せませんということを皆様ロサンゼルスのニュースを見て学びましょう。
He's not enunciating with as much clarity, and that doesn't just come down to the bad quality of her audio. She needs public speaking lessons.
そういうので結構煽っているっていうか、印象を悪くしてるっていう意見もある。
事実じゃん。事実を報道してなんでそれが煽ってるになるんですか。今国際
Where's the lie? Exactly.
免許も簡単に取れるので事故もたくさんありましたし。
Is she wrong?
感情ね。悪化しますよ。あなたたちこれやってんだから悪化しますよね。
在留する外国人の増加とともに様々が指摘されておりまして、地域コミュニティからの不安や苦情が率直に増えております。
秩序ある共生社会を実現するためにルールを守る外国人を受け入れる。しかしルールを守らない外国人には厳格に対応いたしてまいります。日本国民の安全安心が損なわれることは断じてあってはならない。誰のための政府だということでございます。
私は They'll call you a xenophobic bigot, but they'll never call you fuck, I can't read or announce. See, I also need public speaking lessons. They'll call you a xenophobic bigot, but never a liar.
ものすごく究極言うと、日本は外国人受け入れない方がいいと思うんです。島国なんで、他の国と地続きじゃなくて、基本的には日本民族っていうか、日本人しかいない国じゃないですか。日本語っていう誰も理解できないオリジナルの言語があって、ここにやっぱり外国人の遺伝子を入れ始めると、なんか拒否反応を示すんですよ。どこ飛んでからって外国人どんどん受け入れたらもう日本じゃなくなっちゃうんですか。
I mean, for one, if you don't import Infinity Indians to do your jobs, maybe then your salaries will stop stagnating.
融合できればいいですけど、やっぱり文化が違うんで、やっぱり倫理観が
Who would have thought not all cultures are equal or the same?
やっぱちょっと違いますよね。それはやっぱ犯罪上がるでしょ。犯罪率も日本でね、上がるでしょうというふうに思うし、治安というところを重視する。
I mean, I guess I have to point it out that for some reason, all of the callers in the skeevy scam bars in Shijuku are for some reason Nigerian. None of them Japanese. I mean, you saw a post about what happened in Burma when the British basically tried to replace the Burmese with Indians. The reaction from the Burmese over the time has been emphatic, to say the least. Listen, not being Japanese, I think Japan deserves to be a nice country too. And as someone who has seen Japan before something happened, before the Globo Homo noticed them and started injecting their poison, like, I've been traveling to Japan since as far back as 2011. I significantly prefer Japan as a mono-ethnic society where I am the sore thumb sticking out. I will bridge that gap. I will be fine. My spoken Japanese and my spoken Kansai-ben gets me into a lot of places, and it gets me into more places when the default assumption about me isn't, Jesus fuck, another idiot foreigner. Leave the Japanese to exist in their walled garden. I will be fine getting into the walled garden. I honestly don't get why the Nigerian passport is so respected. Is it respected? They cause problems in African countries? Are there places where they don't cause problems?
そんなら間違いなく入れない方が私はいいと思いますよ。
甘いですよ、甘い。無理ですから。無理。昔
goddamn, she's slurring her speech. Girl, please don't.
植民地主義の時代ありましたよね。日本もめっちゃ領土広げたじゃないですか。ね、どんどん侵略してきましたよね。私たち次やられる側です。日本がやってきたことをやられるだけなんですよ。
What did she say in that one funny interview? 中国人帰るにしか言わない。I'm not saying anything beyond that the Chinese should go home. They get visas to everywhere, always student ones. Interesting. The funny thing is the new boss at Red Lobster is Nigerian, and he's actually fixing it. Well, I mean, there's always an exception to support the case, isn't there? Speaking of contrarians, Tucker Carlson, Tucker Carlson did.
We just finished up an interview with Masoud Pezeshkian, who is the president of Iran.
That sounds like a very Armenian or Azerbaijani last name.
70-year-old heart surgeon who leads the country we were just at war with about a week and a half.
We were not at war, Tucker. We slapped them down once while you were having a bitch fit the entire time, and none of the things that you were afraid of happened. But go on.
Ago. We know we'll be criticized for doing this interview. Why did we do it anyway? Well, we did it because we were just at war with Iran 10
We were not at war with Iran.
days ago, and maybe again. And so our view, which has remained consistent over time, is that American citizens have the constitutional right and the God-given right to all the information they can gather about matters that affect them.
A salvo of bombs is a war, like a single punch to a man in a wheelchair is a fight. I'm sorry, I laughed way too hard. I just couldn't help but visualize the fucking wheelchair falling over, and I found that very humorous for some reason. Oh, I'm very giggly today.
If their country is doing something with their money in their name, they have a right, an absolute right, to know as much about it as they can. And that would include hearing from the people they're fighting.
See, I generally, first of all, again, yeah, see above the wheelchair. But the thing is, I agree that people have a right to know. I think that Tucker is utterly under-equipped from an intellectual perspective to do what he's espousing to do.
Now, can you believe everything you hear from the president of Iran? Probably not. But that's not the point. The point is you should be able to decide for yourself whether you believe it or not. And keep in mind that anyone who seeks to deny you that right is not your ally, but your enemy. By the way, we have also put in for the third time in the last several months an interview request with the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, and we hope he accepts that. The interview is limited by a couple of factors. One, it was done by remote through a translator. That's always awkward. For another, I don't speak Persian. And there are all kinds of questions that I didn't ask the president of Iran, particularly.
I don't believe Persian is a language. I think they speak Farsi.
Questions to which I knew I could not get an honest answer, such as, was your nuclear program totally disabled by the bombing campaign by the U.S. government a week and a half ago? There's no chance he's going to answer that question honestly.
Yes, there you go. It is Farsi.
Didn't bother to ask it. The answer, in fact, from an American perspective, even from the CIA's perspective, is unknowable. So we dispense with those, and I asked him very simple questions, such as, what is your goal? Do you seek war with the United States? Do you seek war with Israel? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Ask John Tron to translate for you. He's Persian, I'm sure. The information conveyed would be the same, but funnier. That would go so fucking hard.
Again, the purpose of this was not to get to the absolute truth. That's impossible in an interview like this. The purpose of the interview...
I mean, you know what would legitimately go hard? Getting Patrick Bet-David to translate. Because the man speaks Persian, he is Iranian, and he fucking hates the Ayatollahs. Like, you want a man who hates the current regime in Iran with a burning fucking passion because they've turned his home country into a shithole. Get Patrick Bet-David. I have my gripes with the man. He is as slimy as a fucking Middle Eastern market vendor gets, but he's consistent on that.
Was to add to the corpus of knowledge from which Americans can derive their own opinion. Learn everything you can, and then you decide. That's the promise of America. And we hope that this interview does a small part to making that promise real. This interview will be up as soon as we have done editing it, as noted, and that should be in a day or two.
This must go so hard if you're retarded. He knows the population numbers, but not the name of the language. Yeah, I know, right? Never should have made the regime change into the Ayatollah. Listen, blame the fucking CIA. I don't know who the fuck runs that agency or signs off on the shit they do, but it looks so fucking half-baked. If I didn't have to live in fucking DC to work there, I would apply just to help them out of the very palpable staffing shortage they're obviously undergoing for the last 80 years. The CIA are crackheads. Yeah, pretty much. I considered joining. They are in a very bad place recruitment-wise. And they have a couple of focus programs where I would be just a very good shoe-in, because a lot of their focus regions are languages I speak for ops planning. But I'm never gonna fucking live in the DC area. Just fuck no. Absolutely fucking not. Never. For one, I can't bring my good guns there, so that's already a no. And second of all, y'all have winter. I don't do winter. Didn't the CIA recently admit that they've created that Oswald was a Manchurian candidate and they did actually psyop him into killing JFK? Also, the place is a literal swamp. It's humid as balls. I mean, no, Terry, I live by the Gulf of America. It's also humid as balls here, and I travel to Japan frequently, a country which is an island country, famously having an upward of 80% humidity. I'm fine with the humidity. It's the winter that I don't like. don't. They are idiots. Everyone you spoke to shit on them constantly. They'll send you to some stupid shit. Well, if I'm an ops planning, they're not going to send me to stuff. I would inherently be a desk worker, but I would be a desk worker in fucking DC. Or worse, Russia. I like neither of those options.
Hey everyone, James Reeves, TFB TV. Welcome to another session of what has been known now as Special Forces Bros. Because I'm here with my Special Forces Bros. Jimmy Cannon, retired 10th group, one of my best friends, phenomenal shooter, phenomenal human being. And here we have Benny, European Special Forces member, retired as well. We're going to talk about the 5 most important accessories, gun accessories, and how we're going to do this, fellas. We're going to talk about, in priority, the most important to the least important thing. You're going to get dropped off somewhere where someone might shoot at you. You don't, that's all you know. That's all you know. What's it going to be? Again, I want it in order of priority, but before we get there, what rifle and what pistol are we taking? Jimmy, we'll start with you.
Yeah, that's so I would take the Noveske chainsaw and an 11.5 inch with the DDF barrel.
Why 11.5 inch?
It's probably the most practical barrel to essentially move in and around, especially the first and foremost things. Like, it's very unknown, like you said, but I like to plan for the unknown for that and getting in and out of vehicles, you know, tight spaces and stuff like that. I want to be able to maneuver this thing. And if I throw a can on the end of it, it's not, you know, long and awkward. So 11.5 inch, and I also know that inch barrel from my background. I'm very comfortable with it.
Yeah, sure. Pistol,
Glock 17.
I was about to say, don't you dare say staccato, because I know you've been. No, you came over to Europe.
it was nice.
It's
It
been
was nice.
It's been making you a little softer.
17. No, Glock 17.
Why is that?
It's a common handgun, so if I need parts in the unknown, I might be able to find something, especially a holster for it, stuff like that. It's a fairly robust gun. It doesn't cost that much. It's a full-size handgun.
Yeah, sure. Works great.
Yeah.
Benny.
I would go with a Glock 19, like I also said on my previous interview. With
I
you.
knew that was coming, yeah.
Because you can conceal it, you can open carry it.
Yeah.
It's the way to go. It will always last. And I would go for any M4 platform with piston operated.
Okay. Piston operated, so like 416.
And before he set up the entire video to say the word Glock again, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Something.
Why is that?
Because
God, the fucking 416. I don't need one, but boy, I don't know if it's Girls Frontline psyoping me with Klukai, but the 416 is growing on me. I wish we had real 416s here. But the HK famously would sell to the Combine before they sell their guns to civilians.
I have a good background with piston operating systems, and I would choose something between 10.5 and 11.5.
Okay, so you guys are in general agreement, but you would go with a direct impingement. Yes. Benny, I mean, this is like very American, very European. It's perfect. Now let's talk in order of priority. The number one most important accessory to you, Benny, is what?
Would be an optic.
An optic is number one. Over a sling or a holster, anything else?
Yeah, because you can engage something better than with iron sights, and you can also fight in the night.
Notice the guy is wearing a whoop on his wrist. Interesting detail there.
And then it would be depending if it's a red dot, is it an EOTech or is it an LPVO? That would be depending on the use case and on the environment.
And again, you don't know that, so you've got to pick one. What would it be?
Then most likely it would be a combination out of a 1x6 with a 45-degree red dot mounted directly to the mount.
Okay, that's a little bit cheating because that's 2 optics, but
yeah,
we'll
but
give
it's
you
one system, right? It's one system.
Oh my God, no, we're not going to let you have that one. So you've either got to use 2 picks on that, or you're just going to go with the LPVO. What LPVO do you like?
The Vortex Razor Gen 2.
Oh yeah, those are great. Okay, have you used the Night Force or Loophole, anything like that?
No, I've just used Carles, the Vortex, and the SAI, S-A-I.
Oh, okay. And you like the Vortex?
Yes.
Jimmy, your number one most important accessory.
But the iron sights are already with the rifle, right? Just making sure, all right? But I would definitely say T2, Aimpoint T2 on a Unity riser. And the reason why I say that, it has the the iron sight integrated into it. It's got a riser, T2, pretty common, easy battery, fairly common battery to use. And it's fairly lightweight.
That's funny. It's just typical Special Forces bro commentary here where these cocksuckers just put basically 2 picks each. Yeah. I'll take the Unity Riser with the built-in iron sights and the T2.
You know, what is it, an aim point T2, right? Aim point T2. Yes, US website, please. Can I not have? There it is. Aim point T2. 4th of July sale. Come on, shop products, red dot sites. See, it already comes with a riser, so there you go. Ooh, that's that's it's like yucky price tag. That hurts me. I've decided against doing any heavy shopping. God, the fucking T2 alone is $1,000 with a magnifier. Still personally prefer the Aimpoint Micro, but I mean, it depends on what you're doing. I personally prefer EOTechs. I really like the Donut of Death. Primary arms, yeah. You know enough about guns to know what they're talking about, but you don't understand shit. Feel free to ask a question. I'll answer to the best of my ability. I didn't know that you could mount a magnifier to the T2. That's kind of cool. Looks it looks kind of fucking ugly if I'm being honest, but yeah. Why do you keep saying Aimpoint when you mean primary arms? I guess they're kind of similar-ish. Aimpoint is American-made, though. Primary arms, sometimes. Not all of the time. Not all of their stuff is American-made and shows in the price tag.
Yeah. I'll take the LPVO with the red dot 45-degree offset. Okay, I'll give you guys that as one. So what's your number 2?
I would say a light.
Okay, which one?
Something from Surefire, either the 640 version or the Mini Scout Light. But I would go for a Ultra, not for a Turbo, because you have the bright white light.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is over a sling?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Jimmy?
Well, I would go with a sling first and foremost. And yeah, I mean, the Black Trident sling's pretty dope. Or the Ferro Concept sling. But a sling in general, yes, 100%. I need a sling.
I probably don't move around enough with my gun to know good slings from bad slings, just because, I don't know, I have a Magpul sling. It seems to do sling things, and I'm generally okay with it.
Me, of course, you're a trainer for Black Trident. I've taken 2-3 of your courses. They're, of course, incredible. I mean, dude, you're bringing that American energy over here. You're showing, dude, you're showing these Euros what's up, how to handle a carbine. So, of course, I need to know from you. This is a good time to plug Black Trident. Tell us about the slings.
Yeah, it's a 2-point sling. It's adjustable, same concept. I think everything came from like the Viking Tactics sling. They were the first ones to do it with the old rucksack attachment, little thing. But Black Trident it's a little bit more streamlined. The way it works, it's a friction buckle, goes up and down. I use a loop. You can attach it to the front of the barrel, especially for the short-barreled rifles, especially for climbing and stuff like that. But it's a fairly, it's also affordable for a European. You know what I mean? And the material's great.
Benny, number 3.
That would be the sling now.
Probably Black Trident, huh?
Yeah, or Ferro. So I'm the same opinion as Jimmy is. I think those are the best slings at the moment at the market, at least what I've tested.
I love Blue Force gear myself.
What's the sling actually used for other than carrying the gun easier? Well, it's used for when you're not actively carrying the gun. So whenever you don't have both hands on your weapon system is when you're relying on the sling to retain it. So whenever you need to go to your sidearm, for example, and you need both hands for that, or you're manipulating something, you're going to rely on the sling for your weapon retention. Or if you have a different, for example, if you run a bird head, like a breaching shotgun, as your secondary, so you would go in with your rifle, but then sort of you need to switch over. You would let your rifle hang, and you would reach over to the breaching shotgun that's like it's retained on a bungee cord.
But this is about you guys, not me.
Basically, it's to be able to let go of your rifle, but having a indexing point to know where it is at all times, and still retain it on your body.
They were one of the companies that was on I guess the front
Yes, don't drop your rifle. Don't let someone else take your rifle. Sling solves both.
tier of creating
Essentially.
like different stuff, you know.
Need to remember a knife. what was that saying? The purpose of a knife is to get you to your handgun. The purpose of a handgun is to get you to the rifle that you were not supposed to put down in the first place.
So Blue Force, you know, is definitely good stuff.
Number 3.
Number 3 would be an N-Force light with the IR and white light adapter, or the IR and white light feature. So like the little flip switch.
Yeah.
It's a great little light. It's fairly inexpensive. You just throw it right on the rifle. It has that 45 cut for your thumb. Super ambidextrous. You put it on top of the rifle, so working barricades and in and around vehicles and stuff like that. It's not getting in the way. Easy to change the batteries. You know, and then if you got NVGs, you can flip it to an IR mode. It also has like that little thumb switch.
You use an Enforce? Good for you, man.
Switch thing, that the little lever that goes up and over the pressure switch, keep you from ADing it if you're worried about that. And they're super inexpensive. I mean, that's just, you throw it on, you can take it off, attach to your helmet. I mean, they're, you know, hold it in your hand. It's a good little light. Because I think about the budget too.
Right. Sure. And you guys are kind of all tracking. I mean, now your number 1 through 3 are in a different order, but they're all the same thing, more or less. Number 4, Benny.
Maybe a laser. But
Why?
with both capabilities, so infrared and also visible. Because a laser is cool if you have NVGs and you have not said if we have some or not, so I assume we have some. You can see something in the dark. Make a model would be the B-Meyer small, most likely, because from my perspective, it's still the best laser on the market for the features of how you can operate it. You can also dim and beam the illuminator, which I think is a great asset, especially if you have changing distance from short distance to very long distance and you want to engage or mark something far away, you can still do that with this laser.
Benny just went out of my budget, so now I can't put together his rifle.
Well, I'll keep it in your budget. Extra magazines. I don't know if that's like...
No, fine. You know, like, we'll let that happen because, you know, yeah, why not?
But I would say just having like a robust way to deliver some ammunition, you know, to the shooting source, especially in an unknown situation.
Yeah, sure. Number 5, Benny, what's it going to be?
Maybe a holster from a pistol.
Okay, yeah, sure. Instead of running around with it in your waistband.
Yes.
Who makes a good holster?
There are several companies. In the States, you have great companies like Teneco, T-Rex Arms, Tier 1 Concealment. In Europe, the only company I know is Black Trident. So
And how are those holsters?
Good. From my
Kind of shit.
Who would have thought? It's almost as if you need a robust civilian market for there to be companies to manufacture things for that civilian market, and then you have nice things to pick from.
You might, no.
You think so? Yeah, I mean...
No, I'm kidding.
It's a great holster. I work at that company, you know?
Yeah.
No, it really is a great holster.
Number 5 for you.
Didn't I already pick 5
No.
for a rifle? Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, you did because you assholes both kind of picked 2 as your number 1, but go ahead.
All right, 5 for the rifle. I mean, if we're going to go all the way into this thing, let's just throw a laser on there as well. And the laser that I would throw on there, I would say I would do the D-Ball A3. The Steiner D-Ball.
Okay. Yeah, so now both of you guys, whenever you add the laser on there, the D-Ball, Maul, whatever, that's... I don't know. And when you add the
That's a fucking fat can on the end of that MP7.
laser on there, the D-Ball, Maul, whatever, that's... I don't own one of those. I'd rather have a car. Jimmy is just going to run around.
Get into the shit you managed to find later. For now, time to Charles Whitman the Sawmill. Hell yeah, go for it.
Basically, with his Glock in his waistband or his prison pocket, and
Let's take it back. Let's be affordable, right?
Okay.
So let's say the laser. I mean, if you think about it, it's practical in like a military or a very super tactical aspect. But if I had a choice, like if we're gonna keep it, you know, unknown-ish and somewhat in a decent budget, a suppressor. You know what I mean? A
Yeah,
suppressor.
okay,
Even
all right.
if it's 3D printed or whatever, like just having a way to I can yell over the gun if I'm trying to yell at somebody. Maybe I might not have ear pro in, saves my ears a little bit.
Honestly, the tax on suppressors being 0 now kind of fucking makes a very big case for me to buy a 3D printer. Because there's no limit on how many Form 1s I can file. So I can just file like 10 forms, print, 10 30 cal suppressors, and just run those. and just have that. You can't wait for them to judo the NFA out of existence using the. I've looked at the law case at the lawsuit that PSA and GOA have filed. Good on them for filing the lawsuit. Fight it tooth and nail. I agree with that. The lawsuit, unless I'm misunderstanding the value of the court declaring the NFA as unconstitutional, whether or not that has any kind of real legal consequence, I really don't like what the lawsuit does, because all it does is place a permanent injunction on regulating, not even on regulating, on the ATF pursuing you for not following the registration process on things that have a zero tax at the time. So it's only realistically it's preventing them from prosecuting you from having an unregistered suppressor or unregistered SBR while it's still a $0 tax, meaning it's until such time that the Democrats have a narrow majority in the House and Senate. You know what I mean? Like, again, unless I'm misunderstanding some component of that lawsuit and the value of declaring the NFA unconstitutional, I'm not too hot about that. It's just, damn, Republicans dropped the fucking ball, and it should be held over their fucking head.
And that was part of your justification for an 11.5 too, because you're like, if I toss a suppressor on there, then like I want to be able to move around. So what suppressor do you like?
I would say the Acron right now. That's one I'm very familiar with. I really like what they're doing there. The Huxworth obviously is it's a great suppressor, but just from what I being over here in Europe, the Acron right now is what I'm using, and I like it a lot. It's super light too.
I was just talking to them the other day at Austria Arms Action Days, which is why we're here filming. Make sure you go to TFB TV Showtime to see that video. But guys, I got to say thank you. I told you I was going to try to not keep you for a long time because we got a barbecue going outside. We got beers right here. Cheers, fellas. Guys, Special Forces Bros. Out until the next time I'm in Austria. Guys, make sure you like, subscribe, all that shit. Take care.
Hell yeah, brother. I'm going to cut the React portion of today to a little bit down because we've been going for like 2 fucking hours and I still want to play some video games. Getting late on your side, it's been a pleasure. Absolutely, Archdemon. Thank you. Thank you for dropping by. Feel free to drop a follow. And we have socials. You know what? Since we're in an interlude and people are leaving, I'm gonna highlight the socials there. Importantly, notice that we've added the marshmallow to the socials. Because I've teased doing a not really birthday celebration. It's not gonna happen this weekend. I did not have the bandwidth to prepare anything. Sorry, not sorry. It's not a real birthday, so I can move that around the calendar as much as I please. So we're going to be targeting next weekend. So look at July 12th as being the Kuromaru Onii-san stand-in birthday celebration. Things of note. The marshmallow. Use the marshmallow. You will have a week. The Q&A will be a part of it. We'll be going through your questions. Not really restricted by topic, but if you ask dumb shit, I will make fun of you. But generally, training related, generally related, general curio, Japan related, because we're going to be doing a lot of Japan stuff. Use the fucking marshmallow. It's in the socials. There you go. Also, since I do not set up any kind of formal donation mechanism for the stream normally outside of subscriptions, and even then I would say don't give your money to Twitch. Not like any of you do anyway. But that's besides the point. So the Throne has a dedicated SKU on the website right now for the low price of $5 dues and whatever the fees are that Throne levies on you. You can cheer and you can contribute to the birthday boys tipping jar. So that's currently at the top of the Throne. It's also linked in the socials. And we're moving on to the main reason of my e-begging is while I was looking at 4th of July sales, I've noticed that Japan in August is kind of fucking cheap. So what I'll be doing is I've decided to not make any impulse buys on the July 4th sales. And I'll see if I can muster up the money for a Japan trip. to take with the Oni wife. Something that I'll try to do in August. And if I'm gonna try to save up money to do that. If I end up not going, I'll just use a portion of that money to buy us something nice and call it a day. But PSA, as mentioned today, are participating in the lawsuit against the DOJ and the ATF. They're currently running 4th of July sales. We support parties that do stuff we like. So, I understand that not everyone is in a position to throw money at GOA and other advocacy groups. That is fine. However, when you see businesses supporting things you like PSA currently is with the lawsuit, go and give them some business. Some of the discounts that they list are bullshit. I fully acknowledge that they do have a tendency of just marking something up and then discounting it back for the event, as they frequently do with 300 Blackout. I am particularly miffed by that because I am a buyer of 300 Blackout. I still mainly buy most of my 300 Blackout ammo, excuse me, from Palmetto State Armory because, I mean, it's consistent. They sell ammo. It works in my gun. At the very least for competitions. So what is the one I usually get? I usually get this. It's the Ammo Inc. range pack. For the money, it's pretty okay. $0.6 for round of 300 Blackout, pretty banger. So there you go. That's my training ammo of choice at the very least. But they have a sale going on. Go and spend some money. They are a good company. They do a lot of work to make sure that exercising the Second Amendment is readily available and it doesn't break the bank for you. Again, even if you don't want the PSA brand stuff, Jesus Christ, I could have bought an Aero Precision upper for this amount of money and I missed out. Besides the point. Don't necessarily need to buy the PSA brand stuff. There are other brands there. Is the Chris Vector available now? Vector. Chris Vector. Ooh. Let's see. 9mm. I sleep. 9mm. 45 ACP. 10mm. Hell yeah. Is there a short barreled variant of the 10mm? I wonder. I mean, you could always replace the barrel, I guess. Because it has that little faux suppressor on there. 45 ACP pistol configuration. I don't know. I kind of want 10 mil. I want that. I want that oomph. I want that temporary cavitation. It's not on sale, but you know what? Given that we now know that there's an assisted reset trigger for the Chris Vector, this kind of looks fucking hot. You know, like compared to the $40,000 that you would have to pay for the inferior SMG platform in the transferable MP5, I'd say that's a pretty good deal. So get yourself some guns, get yourself some accessories, get yourself a weapon light. Okay, now that the e-begging is over, DOJ look. Oh yeah, one more thing. Yeah, if we get enough tips into the tipping jar that actually meaningfully contributes to the Japan trip, I guess I'll have to commit to making more Japan content while I'm there in a way that doesn't actually, disrupt the natural flow of things so that I don't turn into one of those retards with a selfie stick. All right, DOJ looking at denaturalization for American citizens convicted of certain crimes. Hell yes. The Department of Justice is prioritizing revoking citizenship from some naturalized Americans who commit certain crimes, according to DOJ. In the memo dated June 11th, Assistant Attorney General Brett Shumate, however that's read, giving U.S. attorneys wide discretion to decide when to pursue the denaturalization process in order to advance the administration's policy objectives. Hell yes. While attorneys are urged to prioritize cases involving individuals who pose a potential danger to national security, the memo also states that they can seek out any other cases referred to the civil division that the division determines to be sufficiently important to pursue. Civil division shall prioritize and maximally pursue denaturalization proceedings in all cases permitted by law and supported by the evidence. Some of the cases U.S. attorneys should pursue are those against individuals who have engaged in torture, war crimes, human trafficking, and human rights violation. While the denaturalization process and requirements are codified into law, immigration attorney Rosanna Berardi says the memo changes how aggressively the department plans to pursue these cases. The memo clearly signals that the DOJ is going to pursue more of these cases and not just against terrorists or war criminals, even cases involving undisclosed criminal records or procedural errors during nationalization are now on the radar. Hell yes. Fucking denaturalize and deport Rashida Tlaib. Make it happen. And any other fucking Democrat who admits to being naturalized under false premise. Berardi told ABC News in the past 28 years of your practice, the government has generally left naturalized U.S. citizens alone. This is a departure from that mentality. Yes, just because you've made it over the finish line should not absolve you from crimes you've committed running up to that, especially if you are a fucking border hopper. According to a report conducted by the Immigrant Legal Resource Center, I would like to see your funding sources. In 2020, the government pursued denaturalization cases at a very low rate, averaging only 11 cases per year. Those are rookie numbers. We have to pump those numbers. We start with Rashida Tlaib. As reasons go, him being a major terrorist agitator and anti-American propagandist is pretty solid. Rashida Tlaib is a she, last I checked, but I'm not sure. You never know with those mailbox-looking motherfuckers. Yeah, you probably need Mad Mari. Yes, I would also take a look at that motherfucker. I would prefer that he is black-bagged before the election, although it would be funnier if it happened after. Oh, you've elected an Islamist sympathizer Muslim commie mayor? I think not. And boom, he's just disappeared into a black site. Those cases skyrocket under Trump's first administration. Hell yes. In 2018, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services said it intended to refer 1,600 cases to the DOJ for prosecution. Holy based. We didn't know how good we had it, boys. The DOJ memo also lays out 4 other priorities for departments, which includes ending anti-Semitism. Listen, I'm one of God's chosen people, but it's kind of fucking weird when you just spell it out like that. Listen, let's not put it so much on the nose. I disagree with anti-Semites as much as the next man, but holy fuck, can we? It's kind of weird when you kind of bring a spotlight to it like this. I'm just saying. Just calling them rabid. Listen, can we not focus on commies and we're going to get a lot of anti-Semites just sort of by proxy, you know? There's a lot of intersection there is. You could just say Muslims. That also fucking works, I mean. RFK Jr. wants everyone to use wearables. I would like... So here's the thing. If the government pays for my Whoop, I'm not going to say no. Last week, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced the agency was launching a campaign to encourage all Americans to use wearables to track health metrics. I am a big believer in that. I have been a subscriber to Whoop. Oh God, I think for like 6 years now. Pretty much, I'm an early adopter, so I guess so. Wearables come in all forms: watches, bands, rings, patches, clothes that can be used for a variety of reasons, including monitoring glucose levels, measuring activity levels, track heart rate, observe sleeping patterns. Whoops are very good for that. I use that. It's been a great asset in tracking my weight loss because it gives you a good measurement of your daily activity and of your metabolic rate. People say that it's inflated, it's inaccurate, it's whatever the fuck. As long as I follow the numbers that the Whoop gives me and I eat below those numbers, I lose weight. And if I eat more than the number on the Whoop, I gain weight. So empirical evidence supports the Whoop metrics as accurate. So I guess Garmin keeps coping and seething. It's a way people can take control of their own health. They can take responsibility. Yes, absolutely right. Kennedy said during a hearing of the House Subcommittee on Health, they can see what food is doing to their glucose levels, their heart rates, number of other metrics as they eat. They can begin to make good judgments about their diet, about their physical activity, about the way they live their lives. Also true. We think that wearables are a key to making America health again, to the MAHA agenda, making America healthy again. My vision is that every American is wearing a wearable within 4 years. Okay, let's see if there are any specific steps. Just in the way that driving a vehicle, we see when to slow on gas. Okay, that's all fluff. Studies found. What is the impact? What are you going to do? Would be personal accuracy? Yes, sure. I'm not trying to read that name. It's unclear if Kennedy's connections have played a role in this endorsement of the variable. U.S. Surgeon General nominee Casey means co-founder of Levels. I mean, again, with the fucking angle. As long as they don't give preference to specific ones, I'm generally fine. There are drawbacks. High level of evidence that shows. Wait, what? There's not a high level of evidence that shows variables have benefited over the long term. One thing you've learned as a physician, as a researcher, it's really hard to get people to change their habits, he said. So it's not much that the sensors don't work, it's not so much that they're inaccurate, because there is a plenty of data that shows that the wearable devices can present really good high quality data, but the missing link in the chain of the variables is good health is getting people to actually get off the couch. Well, that's okay, but that doesn't contradict what the man is saying. Like, giving people data and then giving them more control is not contradicted by the fact that some people refuse to take control. That is a misnomer. Privacy concerns because substantial amounts of data that wearables generate, as well as potential. I mean, how are you going to misuse the data on my sleep? I would like to see that. Databases get hacked, data could be compromised, potentially used for bad actors to steal additional personal information. No, it doesn't gather that kind of data. Okay, but what is actually going to happen? Am I getting my Whoop paid by the government? I did not see an answer to that. So I guess stay tuned. I guess we ran out of React slop. Was there anything else I wanted to react to? Probably not. Okay, I am going to take a quick break. We don't get ads. I expect y'all to be eternally grateful for that. We are going to change category to Gray Zone Warfare. Because I watched the Fakum Realm video and I failed to be impressed. It's very likely that I'm not returning to Tekken anytime soon. So we're gonna go on break. I'm gonna change out my tea. Y'all get refreshments, get up and stretch. Or RFK is going to sneak into your house and steal all of your corn syrup. I'll be right back. The water is my own audio a little bit too hard. Let me quickly check something. Let me see. Advanced monitor and output 11111 11111 1. I wonder if, let me see, filter, audio effects, 11111 11111. Okay, never mind. It does that. Reverb Bernie. Yeah, sorry about that. All right. Okay, let me turn that off. I was playing around. Oh, I don't want to hear myself while I talk. All right, monitor off. Thank you. So I was basically checking what the organic noise suppression does, and doesn't seem to do anything good. It muffles my fucking sound way too much. I'm glad I didn't. Something about home runes. Oh, home runs. Okay. Guys, again, it's the big request for me. As always, if you hear if something is off, if something about the audio isn't working quite right, isn't firing quite the way you think it should be, please let me know. I hate audio, and I don't know how to set it well. So if the sound before that was muffled, that's entirely on you. But yeah, speaking of the e-begging fest that's going to take place under the premise of a birthday. So, the things that I will plan to do, we're going to be making a new chibi model. It's going to be similar to this one, but because this one doesn't quite have all of the blend shapes, we're going to have to remake it from scratch. If that's at all feasible, because I don't remember how I made this model. So we're going to try that. We're going to try a few things, but the idea is to make a chibi model that's appropriate to playing Grey Zone. Other than that, we're going to do a big how-to seminar on how to plan your Japan trip. What does optimal EDC look like in Japan? Because that's the thing that's oft overlooked, and there's a right way to do that and a wrong way to do that. And we're just gonna go over planning a correct Japan trip, and then we're gonna do some calligraphy. That's all I have in my plans right now, but that should be at the very least enough to fill one stream, probably two. All right, where are we dropping? I'm gonna say let's go U.S. Central. Not that anyone actually cares. You officially stopped streaming on Twitch. The hypocrisy is just too much for you now. What did they do again? I should probably at least multi-stream to Kick. Just for the reach, because I do have my multi-streaming plugin. Is it for not banning Hassan for waving around a fucking airsoft Glock to look cool? You just replaced it with a multi-streaming kicker in your multi-streaming layer with Kick. Well, see, not to sound rude, but I've made a lot of progress on Twitch, and it pays at least a little bit of pittance. So while I appreciate the energy, I'm definitely not following suit, unless Kick actually, performs significantly better than Twitch for me, because I've had a lot of growth on Twitch, a lot of the people that I stream together with on Twitch, are on Twitch makes sense for me as a platform. So as of right now, I prefer to be the change that I want to see. Brandishing, threatening, doxing combo from Hamas Piker. Please do tell. I was not aware. I've only seen the extremely cringy screen grabs. I am not aware of the specific things that Hamas Piker has said and done, so feel free to fill me in. And obviously, he's not even getting a single day ban for any of those. Alright, so I've been getting busy off stream. I'm seeing some of the cops not being taken over. That's interesting. Are the major ones under our control? They're not. Oh, that's lovely. So we may not even have access to Vulture on... All the Vulture ones are taken over, but I'd like to see how that pans out. I've seen him showing what is obviously an airsoft Glock because he's too much of a pussy to own a real gun. And he's never getting a carry permit in LA. Like, he's still niche internet micro-celebrity, so... Alright, I think we need to take Gladiator because it's a fun cop to take. So we're going to do that. I prefer to do that during the daytime. I got some of my Falong airfield tasks out of the way, done some Bon Pa while I was off stream. But I can run you... If anyone has questions about running specific quests, we can workshop those, I guess. A lot of untaken cops around the Lamont Recovery Initiative. I've never been to that part of town. Okay, so Crimson is active. Brandishing is obvious, but it was part of a threat that he was making to a specific individual in his chat, threatening another Twitch user, and then he went looking for his information, which is doxing according to TOS. Even public social media information counts. Really does it? That's very dumb. Let me mute the fucking chopper real quick. Fuck. Let me think about this one deeply. I disagree with the spirit of the law. I think it's stupid. I think that Twitch TOS is dumb, and it's written by utterly retarded people. However, I think if Eros can receive an indefinite ban for pointing for a gun that she unloaded and cleared on the same stream, then I think Hassan should be permabanned for what he is doing. I think that us throwing the toys out of the pram doesn't really do anything in terms of pressuring Twitch. I think it's up to the 3 and 4 views to take a stand. Like, I'm sorry, if Asmongold isn't cutting down on his Twitch streaming in favor of Kick, then it's not gonna do shit. You need to place your energy where it actually is going to work. Alright, that being said, we are going to go capture some shit. And I say we take Eagle, and then we move on to Gladiator. Because I don't think I've ever taken Eagle. Okay, we have ammo, we have magazines, we have our DMR.
Exfil confirmed. Raven en route to base camp.
Tone my audio down slightly. At least while we're traveling. I should have probably read the chat while I was already en route. So I agree with the energy. If you are a relatively small streamer just starting out, I think it's perfectly fine to bail on Twitch.
Raven, wheels down and ready to load.
I am unfortunately at the time
Get ready, we're moving out.
In a position where me boycotting Twitch will do very little for the benefit of the message, but it will do a lot to actually harm.
Approaching the LZ. 1 minute.
To a very, very disproportionate extent. So the cost-benefit analysis does not make sense. We're no longer talking politics, so I can put the tag on. Oh, we actually need to score some hits on the Fulong Airfield, so we have a kill quest for 20 people and we have like 7, because every time I showed up there yesterday, someone was already clearing it out. Oh, right. Eagle. What's our angle here? It's pretty much opened up, so we're probably going to be sniping them from the tree line over here.
Spread out.
Third, largely biasing towards day ops for some of the things that I do. Nighttime ops are still immensely fun to do. However, they are limited by the fact that you have very little nightshade in proportion to visible daytime. You don't have to bother being that far away. What do you mean? With where I've placed the marker? I didn't know there was a patrol here. Going to Eagle. The Hawk statement above. Oh, there's a hut in the middle of the rice paddy they won't return fire to. I see. Thank you for... The SKS will sell for like $100. It's not even worth looting. I mean, I am going to capture a cop, so I guess I can. Alright, let me make it to the rice paddy and see where that sniping position is that you mentioned. People look out for any patrols I can... Stupendous ease, maybe 30 minutes to go from the exact spot. I see. All the more reason to rely on that. Have you been having a better experience with Gray Zone, Notary? Have you gotten used to what the game wants you to do? You're getting a little bit of rubber banding there. Let me check on something real quick, because I think my Alienware companion thing is not booting up correctly again. It says that it's set to overdrive. Alright then. I will believe you. And set the fan speed to a little higher. After unlocking gunny level 4 and learning about the slow walk function, it's been a difference, but... Oh, hey there, Mercy. I sound kind of muffled. Let's see. Just a second. Let me try to address that real quick. I sound kind of muffled. Chat, what do you say? Is this better? This shouldn't be better. There's no way this is better. Advanced audio monitor only. Okay, let's see. Crank my volume up. Let's see, that's volume, that's gain. It's already gained out of its mind. All your raids tend to be daring. Okay, I'm gonna catch up with Chad in a moment. Maybe it's just microphone placement. Hello? Is this... Okay, this doesn't do shit. Okay. Limiter expander. There is very little gain. This is Probably louder. I'm not sure if better. So y'all let me know. Or rather, let me try something different. I really should be fucking with this on stream. Microphone. Is this 1 2 3 1 1 1 1 1? Keep it at 90. All right. Y'all let me know if this is better. I hate hearing my own voice as I speak. It throws me off so much. A bit too loud now? Oh, goddamn. Is there a consensus? Is there a consensus on that? My histogram is showing me that I am in the balanced part of the audio spectrum. All right, well, tone it down slightly. Let's bring it down to 85. There you go. Happy medium. All right. Raids tend to have been Daring Daylight prefix because you try to account for sunset, end up mauling your way through it anyway. Sunset is not a... It's essentially daylight. It doesn't really limit their visibility. Accidentally trapping yourself in YBL and shooting your way out. Everything else has been... the threat volume turned down. Run good headphones at 28 desktop volumes. I am the quietest streamer you've watched so far, so it's good. I don't know how to take that. See, I think that my volume... So here's the thing, Notary. I will rely on you since we watched similar streamers, so we're going to have similar references. I would like to sound about as loud as Kershaw against whatever background I have going on. Because y'all can always turn your volume down a little bit more. You can't really turn it up past 100, you know? So if I'm sounding muffled or I disappear into the background, I would rather you tell me and we have a clean audio and a recording, so in the unlikely event that I end up editing anything, that'd be quite the gain ratio trick. So right now, I have my hardware gain maxed out. I have my system gain running fairly low. Not fairly low, I have it running at 85. Alright, I do not have full visibility, so we do need to... So it's because the terrain is uneven. Oh, we're going to take a little pot shot over here real quick. Just a little warm-up. We're going to place that shot, and we're going to change positions to throw them off on where we're shooting from. Do not see any heads popping up just yet. The little shack over here is pretty close. Not sure I enjoy having to use this for cover. Ah, god damn it, he ran away. See, current game mic ratio is mostly what? Should have taken a shot to the chest. Mostly fine? Okay then. He'll pop back out eventually. Half the battle of sniping is waiting for your mark to appear. Yeah, I can actually prone out here. Can I? Game. There you go. Alright. Let's move over slightly. Oh, it's hard limiting where I can turn. Okay, that's not nice. Whoa, motherfucker, thank you for the flashbang, Marseille. I definitely didn't need that scare. We should get up to some shenanigans today. We may try to fence hop at Fort Nerith today, if we're feeling adventurous. I'd like to do a night raid because I need to go into The flight control tower for a Banshee quest. It's definitely not something I'm attempting without the cover of night. Sort of Chris, you keep poking the market just to get the boss's key, you never show it. I'm gonna check if I have a spare key for you, Notary. I think I'll just disabuse you of the misery of... Oh, I see one. I see... God damn it, my arm stamina goes. I would like to be able to perch up against the thing. Like, I obviously have, you know, something to rest my rifle on. Just a chill guy. Okay, there's no way there's just 2, right? Because small cops usually have like 3 to 5. Three before tends to 3 before tends to have 4. Okay, well we have 2, so there's at least 2 more. We're not in a terrible rush here. We're basically just killing time before it gets dark. Wrong faction. Otherwise, you would clear the airfield with your with your M700. I mean, no one's stopping you from. Well, I mean, the primary boundary here is that you're on a European server and you would rubber band like hell to the U.S. I mean, no one's stopping you from just, you know, going to the same place to Fort Nerith at the same time I'm there and killing everyone there, because I don't need the kills. I've done sort of spontaneous clearings with people from other factions. PvE guys seem to be very chill about that. Cleared on an Oceania server. God damn, okay. Well, I retract that statement. I'm generally fine with clearing the field during the day. Like, the LPVO does work. Not the LPVO, the DMR. That's not, like, it's not an LPVO at a 25 power. Alright, they are hiding in structures. I don't like that. Let me see if I can't get some movement. Played on US Central is not much worse than EU West. I see. Really? Nothing. Okay, then I guess we need to look for a new angle. US East sometimes is better than EU West? Oh, okay. I wonder why that happens. This is a road. Roads have patrols on them. This one doesn't. Ah, there you are. Whiffed that shot pretty badly, but he's now going to bleed out. Let's leave him time to do that. You have no idea why you went for such bad performance? Must have something to do with your local pass-throughs. I have no idea, honestly. Okay, one of them is bleeding out, so there should be one intact AI. I also ate shit in, like, the most embarrassing way the other day. I was at Banpa, and I was sitting against the door, assuming that if I sit in front of the door, the AI can't open it. But not only did the AI open it, because I was jammed between the wall and the door, it pushed my rifle down, and he just domed me for free. And then I had to go and try to recover my shit. I did not enjoy that experience. Alright, it's getting a little dork. We're gonna go high speed on this one, not to waste time. You have no problems with the EU East. It should not be a problem being in the middle of Europe. Yeah, that's fair enough. The amount of foliage around that point is annoying. North has some close invisibility. I see. I'll just wing it. Grenade stealth. It's not a war crime if you win. Guess everyone's dead. Oh, damn. Well, fortunately, those were shitty Soviet grenades. I'm not too attached to those.
Objective secured. Eagle is under our control.
You two habitually huck grenades at Eagle? That's understandable. Okay, this one was a clean headshot. I'm gonna take all of your shit. I am in vicinity to sell it off anyway. Complete blood loss. Okay, we winged you. Yeah, that's 2 bodies. There has to be one more. Oh, there you are. Destroy. Oh no, we already looked at that one. That's the other guy we got. Drink your fucking soda, nerd. What are you gonna do about it? Stop me? Probably not. US people might, US West people might have problems on US East is understandable, very big country, but Europe? I don't think there is a problem with that. I don't know if there's like coast to coast ping issues. I am US Central. I guess I'm closer to East Coast. I play on US East occasionally when I need to server hop if like Vulture is not appearing or something like that. Or if I'm just looking for a more or less clean server. Let me just refill my ammo and we are going to be good to go. Someone already took Gladiator. That's not interesting. Damn, Crimson Boys sure get around. Alright. What is fun to do at night? Someone's already doing Fort Nerith, actually. You can drive to Spain and back. We'll still need a few kilometers to get the same distance between New York and LA. That is true, yeah. If you like pure geographical distance-wise, you are correct. Okay, let's actually go and try to thin the herd a little bit before we go to... Oh god, I'm so far away from every LZ. This is so asinine. Now, this is a fucking waste of time. I was about to just exfil, but okay, fine. Let's bite the bullet. Walk to November. Just walk to November. Oh yeah, thanks for dropping by, Marisay. Come back as needed. We're gonna be here for quite a bit, so pretty sure we're still going to be going by then. Yeah, by the time I get to an LZ, it may be too dark to do sniping, or not. I don't know. Let's get there. Try to make it double time. Might want to call in a bird in advance, actually. So we're gonna do a double dip here. We're gonna go to Fort Nerith. We're going to try to clear the airfield as much as possible. before going back to base, dropping the long-distance rifle, getting our nighttime kit, and then I want to go through the river, actually. And then we're going to attempt to push into the air control tower. I'm not too concerned about looting, so that's not really going to be something I'll preoccupy myself with. I'll probably want to run some kind of easily replaceable kit just in case, because Fort Nerith is just not, it's not great. It's not a nice place to go to. We had a full 4-man squad, and we still routinely ate shit. Although, to be fair, we also were digging quite deep into the territory when we needed to go into the infirmary and whatnot. As opposed to just, you know, clearing the air control tower and dipping out. That, and I also may have made the ill-advised choice of running a subsonic 300 blackout build, which made me pretty useless in a lot of engagements. We do a little spray and pray. I don't see any patrols I should interfere with. I'm gonna try to visit Vulture after this, because I'm still hunting for those spare 20-inch barrels. I would very much prefer to have a replacement. Not only from the perspective of potentially losing this one to a death, but the barrel life is also very limited with how much I use it. For example, let's see, inspect. Where's my upper 20-inch barrel? Like it's warm, like it's already at 90%. Try not to get smushed by the chopper.
Landing, get in, go! Ready up, we're taking off.
One of the things I frequently forget to do is take it off auto. Because whenever you're sniping, that's a great way to whiff a lot of shots. Okay, so the plan here is... What is the plan, actually? See, there are people going into Fort Nerith, actually. They're not terribly high level, so they may get into trouble. So we're gonna see if I can't get some good shots from behind the perimeter here, somewhere on the sand walls. Pick some of the obvious hazards off. And once it gets too dark to do any kind of precision shooting, then I'm going to... Okay, let's observe. Let's see how far in they get. Okay, they're in the bottleneck over there. They're in the deadly funnel. They're running back. So they're obviously getting some pressure from around here. So they're obviously not cleaning out shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it myself. The TAC map allows for a lot of extra information. I really appreciate that. The old airfield entrance probably would have been a better infill position. It's a little exposed from the road. I mean, no one's stopping me from going there, I guess. Offers a nice clear line of sight, too. Alright, I'm hearing shots go off. Let's not linger around the landing pad because that's unsafe. Usually a couple of patrols on this road, both ways. We can just cross the river, we don't really need to engage with them. Okay, I'm hearing lots of unsuppressed fire. I'm seeing the two of them move along the border. So I'm not sure they're going to decide to push in. Tweak up my audio so that no one sneaks up on me. I should still get pretty good target ID with just no nods. Okay, I'm getting pretty good overwatch from here. Okay, I'm seeing some dead bodies over there, that's good. Air control tower usually has people on the roof. Let's make sure I'm within draw distance. I should be. Okay, 250. There's also usually people on the headquarter roof. And that is 300 meters, so still within draw distance. Good. Not seeing anyone. Crawl up a little closer. Not seeing anything. Not sure I believe that. Where are those guys? They're moving through the back entrance. Drink of water. Wonder if there's a better viewpoint for what I'm trying to do. Let's slide off this hill. Is he sitting down? The thing you can do? Oh, I guess he just died in that doorway. Okay, so... Wonder if I caused that. Yeah, it is a funny... He slumped against the door. I also need to check my zero. I'm pretty sure that I just under-whiffed that entirely. Alright, so the question is, has someone cleared out the air control tower completely? And are there still heads to pop on the roof of the headquarters? I don't trust this one bit. Like, there is absolutely no shot that that entire airfield is empty. I am seeing no contacts whatsoever. Okay, I think for the sake of time economy, I am slightly closer to night, but there is a little bit of sketchy terrain to get to it. So I'm probably gonna go Savannah, hit this on the way there, just to see if I can get an extra angle on the airfield, because I'm not buying that the airfield is cleared out. This is just too good to be true. The other guys seem to be doing a pretty okay job there, but damn. We're just running around the perimeter killing guys. No, I can definitely hear the guards shooting back. That's unsuppressed fire. That's the AI firing back. Question is where from? Yeah, those are definitely unsuppressed AKs. We're going to use night vision to spot, and then... Okay, this is usually where we would hop the fence into the airfield. It's a good idea to clear out anything that's close to it. Alright, I'm not seeing anyone. Is this too good to be true? What the fuck? Oh, I got lit up. Okay, well, I was going to Savannah. Well, now I get to fucking go get my kit back, I guess. Fuck. I got lit up exactly over there. I didn't know there's even AI that spawns in that space. That'll happen. I fucking hate that. I'm not going to skimp out on side headshots, my favorite. Yeah, yep. I get so used to these bitches screaming all the time that when they just, you know, quietly close in on you, it catches me off guard. Take this one that has nods on it. Take some kind of ear pro just for good hearing. Usually they'll talk shit, but then they'll just be completely silent as they sneak up on you. Granted, I also frequently do that, but I don't like it when that happens to me. I'll take a couple of spare mags just to be on the safe side. Up, wrong magazine type. Are you green tip? YBL has unnerving because the dozens of them talking mad shit the whole time. Yeah, it is like that. I'm just gonna buy a throwaway backpack. I just don't really need anything robust. You know, just I have my basic meds on me, so that's fine. I'll be returning to camp anyway? Question mark. The objective here is to just not lose my kit. That's what I need to do primarily. Okay, so we're gonna approach carefully and look for the fucker who domed us. There's also 545. Like, the shot sounded like it came from really, really up close. Oh, there's a landing zone here. Good to know. Alright, so the LZ is usually clear of AI. They don't wander into here, so we're gonna jet through that. And then I want to stick to the trees, actually, to see how I got taken off. Probably gonna stick to the trees on this side. I mean, it's my bad for forgetting that they sometimes patrol the outer perimeter as well. Which, you know, would kind of make sense. It is a military base. Right, it's not so dark that I have perfect nightshade. I think I see him, and I think I see my body. I'll wait for the rubber banding to stop because I don't want to catch the rough end of that. Pretty rough hilly terrain over here. I didn't imagine it. The shots came from, like, basically from next to me. Give it a minute to load. Where the fuck? There's a patrol route over here. If I got domed through a wall, I will be very mad. That is a guard tower, but the guard tower was out of sight. The guard tower did not have an angle on me. Strike markers were on the right side, you think? Let's see. Check the VOD, okay. If you say so. I was up on that hill. 2 chest bursts, 1 arm hit, head right, okay. Well, then we'll approach carefully. Someone might have taken me from the bushes closer at the airfield then. I hope my body didn't slide down into a ditch somewhere. Now that I think about it, probably did sound like it came from, like, the back right. God, the fucking hills are a menace. Did I really just catch a stray from someone on patrol inside of the airbase? That would be so embarrassing. I hope my body didn't slide down somewhere. Alright. I'm gonna need an IR flashlight for this. Pretty sure I was up on the hill. Up, I see a body walking, but that could not have been that guy. Terry, can you please check the VOD on where I went down specifically in relation to the wall? Oh, there I am. Who the fuck? There's no one around here. Never mind, I found it. What am I doing? I'm doing something stupid. Just a second. Replace. There's a weapon attached. Alright, we're gonna go back to base real quick. Let's check the autopsy real quick. Okay, right side, indeed. 545 rounds. Absolutely no shot. So someone did spray me from the bush line over here. Son of a bitch. Let's be aware of the fact that there are forest Wookiees over there. Alright. Well, at least we know that there are friendlies around, so that's good. Let's track back, leave the superfluous kit. Honestly, I kind of want to stick to kit that's easier to replace. I do have a spare Phantom, and this one is in rough condition anyway. Switch back over to the IR laser as opposed to the IR flashlight. I think I got bursted from the tree line over there. Just all of the evidence points towards that. This is why I fucking hate Fort Nerith. There is no way an AK can be consistently accurate at that range. Did I get all my shit back? Oh, did I? No. Mask, headphones, rifle, magazine. Which ones are better? I forget. Quads or razors? I'll keep both. Just set that aside as my dedicated recovery kit. Alright, 200 meters left. Is Panzer Russian? Yes. Is that why it sucks? I mean, it sucks because it's, you know, whatever armor class is available to a third world Golden Triangle country. There's good Russian body armor. As proven by Grantham. Because he was testing some Russian ballistic plates, and 308 Blacktip had nothing on them. Unfortunately, you know, manufacturing ceramic level 4 plates is not really a secret anymore. Yes, but Panzer is a Russian name at the very least. Oh, right, I can't clamber. Great. Let me do this. I'm gonna be a smart ass. Okay, we leave this here. Put this up here. Alright. Leave this. Take this here. Should I just compact this in... Wait, where's the... Oh, it's inside, that's right. It's probably a little luxurious to have like a dedicated recovery kit. Not with the way I manage my space here. Okay, where did I even get this? Nope, that doesn't fit here. Well, I guess you fit now. 4 spaces. Where the fuck did I get this helmet from? Surely I pulled it from somewhere. Just drop it. And sell this back to Handjob. The quads are more expensive. Okay, so I figure they're slightly better, I guess. Quickly take inventory of the parts I'm running here. Foregrip 2, DD, foregrip, okay. I'm just mentally preparing to have to need to replace... I fucked up. I forgot my fucking handgun. You wanna feed me a candy? Sorry, Daya, a candy doesn't fit my macros. God, I need to go get my handgun back. Fuck. Forgot my sidearm. How are you doing, Daya? As you can see, we're enjoying a little bit of a nature getaway. Hiking of a sort. Ignore the gunshots in the background. Those are just fireworks. I got so tunnel visioned on the DMR that I forgot to get the Glock. You're okay? That's good to hear. Why, thank you, Daya. I did have a very nice 4th of July. It was kind of rainy. Central Texas did get hit by supersonic, but mostly peaceful fireworks. Yes. Was a little rainy, but, you know, we persevered. Thunders just God's fireworks. It is getting awfully stormy during the summer. I guess we're now a fully tropical climate, I guess. Because it's been raining, I wouldn't say non-stop, but it's been raining quite profusely. And summer has been becoming more mild, much to my chagrin. I very specifically want the hot Texas summer. Are fireworks legal? You're always confused about that. Of course they are. Why would they be illegal? It's America, goddammit. I believe there's a limitation on where you can fire them off. Thank you, there's my Glock. Alright, now we need to not get ourselves killed. So that tree line is concerning. Someone was able to... Oh, I don't have any grenades. That's probably ill-advised. Technically, they're banned inside of Colorado Springs, but try telling that to the locals. I should go back to get grenades. I forgore. Here you are. Yeah, he dead. You know what? I'm gonna need significantly more ammo, and I'm gonna need some grenades. So I'll be right back. I believe there's a limit on launching fireworks in, like, dense residential areas, but on 4th of July, you're gonna get shot trying to enforce that. Probably with that same firework. And, realistically, there was not a fire hazard yesterday. Nothing would have been set on fire with how much rain we got. But yeah, we went to a barbecue, slammed some Mexican Cokes. Had some dogs. It was pretty okay. I did overeat according to my macro tracking app, ever so slightly, but you know, there's after a good crash out, there's always the next day. And I am technically in maintenance, so permissible liberties. Why, of course, Daya. Why would I mean anything else? It's not like Mexico makes good cocaine anyway. Ah, that doesn't work right now, Crespian. God damn it. Okay, let me turn that off. This model sadly does not feature a plate carrier. Well, yes, it did work because I didn't turn it off, and please don't make me go into my Twitch dashboard to turn it off, okay? It didn't work as intended. We're gonna build a plate carrier enabled one, I promise. But then I would also... Oh, boy, I would have to change a lot of shit, actually. Never mind. Alright, grenades. We need grenades. I'm gonna say 3 and 1 more. No, let's take one of the cheap ones we got. And a little bit more ammo. I'm feeling luxurious today. I only have level 3 plates, but we're gonna buy some more green tip. Good thing Gunny never runs out. I don't know why he would... Oh no, they made all the other ones... Okay, the boat tails also don't run out anymore. And I kind of see why the LS ammo can run out. It is an expensive round. Okay, we are good to go now. I need to see the developer roadmap for the game. Maybe they're going to optimize it even further. So far, even with the chibi model, it's a little bit stuttery. Definitely more than I would like. So we need a lightened model for the. We're just gonna add a little bit of tactical drip. I would prefer to not have to re-rig the entire thing. I'm not sure I ever did anything to the chibi model in Blender. I think I only put it through Unity. We're gonna play around with it. We're gonna have two main tracks to do this. I will either try to downscale an existing Vroid that has a lot of the blend shapes and whatnot. I'll just remove anything that's superfluous, like, you know, additional spring bones. Or I guess I'm just gonna have to create another one based off of this one. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out during the birthday. What did you do for 4th of July, Daya? I am aware that you're not American, but you're still allowed to be happy for us. Are fireworks illegal where you are? Alright, I definitely spotted one moving around. We're not gonna get... You did an American karaoke? Alright, he heard us run. There you are. There's a number of them walking around. Oh, that's the wrong button. And I am not playing games. I am not gonna take any chances with these guys. So we're gonna hop this fence and then we're gonna take it very slow. We do have friendlies on the other side. That's going to provide at least some distraction. Not much. Taking your shit. Yeah, it was a patrol that winged me. I'm just annoyed that they were able to make that shot so well. He's saying all kinds of American songs from Katy Perry to James Brown. Isn't Katy Perry British? I keep forgetting all of those interchangeable whores. That's a lot of light. I don't want to go into the light. Okay, that's not as much light as I was led to believe. He's he behind the jet? Yes, he is. I think he sees me. No one wears plates on their balls. I think I see another one over there in the distance. This is a very bad time to want sippies. Katy Perry is American. She did the fireworks song? Well, if you say so. I'm not aware of a fireworks song. I don't want to get too close to the jet because there is some pretty robust lighting over there. You look like a person. I don't like you. There you go. Much better. Oh, because baby, you're fireworks. I see. I don't think that song is about fireworks, Daya. That's entirely conjecture on my part. Or rather, you know what? I'll say that that's an educated guess. make our way slowly but surely. Oh, that's a lot of rubber banding. I'm not enjoying that. You also look like you're gonna shoot back at me. Let's try to get a crumb of cover over here by the air duct. You know what? On large planes like that, supersonic does go pretty hard, and as long as you kill them dead, it's not like they're going to pursue you or try to zero in on you. Think it's about hope and not giving up? Oh, I see. That's very aspirational. I'm not here to loot. Fuck that guy. Focus on not dying, please. Check our angles really carefully. I hear suppressed fire. That's good. I see you, bitch. There we go. So nice to have my point of aim and point of impact actually match for once. We're good, we're good, we're good. I shouldn't be refilling my magazines yet. I don't believe I see any warm bodies around. Or do I? Definitely shooting at me. Just die, you bitch. Think fast, chuckle nuts. I did not hear him die. I'll throw another one for good measure. I may have been out of earshot, but I'm not taking any chances. Okay, that looked like it blew up not where he's taking cover. How are we doing for grenades? I got 2 more. It's fine. Not run past the window. Window's bad. Yeah, I see 2 down. Oh yeah, he bled out. Fuck this guy. I'll take your money. Yeah, let's focus on killing everyone first. Oh, that's squirrely. That's a lot of CQB that I don't want to do. That's locked. Clear that room real quick. Guess no one was there. Safe.
You are surrounded. Just come out and get on the ground.
My heart rate is entirely too high right now. You one? Out of grenades, that's not good. Reload. I don't think anyone's coming in after me. Not sure how many sets of footsteps I'm hearing.
Hey, put your hands in the air and walk towards me, asshole. Will be your grave, asshole.
Someone's walking above me, but also around the building. I see his flashlight. Oh, sorry about that. I heard footsteps.
I know, I saw you and I was like, oh, he's gonna shoot me.
Sorry. I think first I hear one.
Yeah,
There's more on the second floor. With you. Are there more?
Nope.
Alright, excellent. You would happen to know where I can get the Banshee quest. Should be somewhere on the second floor.
Which one is that?
Just a sec, let me check. Fort Nerith, Deal of the Century. Should be around here.
Holy shit, I don't remember, man.
Alright.
I did all the tests already.
That's okay. Oh, I think I found it. Never mind. Thank you.
I'm just grinding XP for kills, that's all I'm doing.
Nice.
Yeah. Just trying to hit 50, I'm bored.
I mean, that's one way to keep yourself entertained. Nothing beats the rush of hunting your fellow man through nods, right?
Yeah. Do you need anything?
No, I think I'm good. I got my quest, so I'm just gonna exfil the same way I came in.
Alrighty.
Alright, you stay safe.
Yep.
The community in this game is so banger. I like it so much. I don't think he was even my faction, really. Yeah, he's not even my faction. Let's see if I can get some interesting panzers. Quickly check if there's anything to take over here. Alright, I don't see anyone outside. I know this is not a PvP server, so like, you know, it costs nothing to be nice, but at the same time, it does cost nothing to be nice. I also forgot my fucking keys, so I guess I'll just take whatever I can get from these guys and go. Oh, AK-10s are 5.56. What you got there? Money, 5.45. I think an AK-12 is more valuable than this. I may be mistaken. I'll probably pay for that. Alright, let's go. Back the way we came. I don't believe I looted any of these guys. AK-19 or AK-12.
Fuck,
Yeah.
now you scare me.
Oh, sorry about that. There was one right in front of the air control tower.
Yeah, I saw him. I was shooting the guys far away.
Ah, gotcha. I'll be peacing out now.
To the southwest there?
No, I'm gonna go through the airfield and hop the fence.
Okay, see ya.
Alright, good hunting.
Yeah, too.
I may want to push through the checkpoint, actually. I think it's a little less sketchy. Nope, there's a dude there. If there's one, there's more. Fuck it, I'll just go the same way I came in. Just like the tail end of Nightshade, so... yeah, I best make myself scarce real quick. Whoa! Oh, that's fucking suppressed fire. I don't mean to be concerned about that. Suppressors are so safe that they make bullets shot when suppressed not real. More on that in News at 11. Alright, just gonna hug the wall here, make sure to not get shot in the interim, and we should be good. My dude's cardio is shit. I know he's carrying like 4 different rifles, but I'm still gonna complain. Alright, we pick these clean. Should be good. Hop the fence. And now we can actually take a sippy. Oh, calm down, frickin' drama queen. Move this over here. Oh, we got a catch back on our
I was
grenade.
going this way too, actually.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm going to hit that cop. I'm freaking heavy.
I just grabbed whatever I had on the kills. I forgot to take my Fort Nerith keys because I was primarily going to get the quest, and that's about it.
Yeah, I finished all the quests. They were kind of tedious.
Yeah, I still have quite a few to get through, so...
There's 187 is how many I did.
Nice.
Those were the hidden ones too, so...
Alright, how far out from the cop are we? I'm gonna try to push through to Bronco to see if I can get Vulture. Scoring kills over there. We should go and take some pot shots from the airfield. You know what? We got to do some nice clean CQB today. I'm pretty pleased. It's a lot more action than I usually get because I stick to my safe, known routes for cheesing maps. Alright, let's see what's going on here. I hope I didn't make a mistake of dropping that shotgun. Because I think shotguns are worth less than the AK-12. At least to the vendors. Since you got Gunny improved, you took your rifle, changed out the gas block, the front sight was getting in the way, increased the barrel length to 16 inches, changed out the grip, the stock, the handguard, put a 1-6 LPVO. Vastly preferred this way. Yeah, that seemed... What you're running, as far as I understand, is the meta build. Yeah, we got $300 in just loose cash. That's nice. Where is my money belt? There it is. Money, please. I'm gonna move all of the unrelated cash later. Just want to see how much we made in, you know, just pure takeaways. Alright, hand over task. Complete. Oh, Blue Lagoon task. Fuck, I hate it here. Missing person case. Okay, I know how to solve that one. Retrieve the intel about the true nature of Blue Lagoon and bring it to Banshee. Fortunately, I don't need to kill people now. I can wait for someone else to clear Blue Lagoon out. Why does he always pay me in M590s? That's obnoxious. The Long Airfield, Midnight Sapphire task. Oh, that's a lot. But yeah, what you're running, the 16-inch LPVO M4 is the meta. That is the preferred build. Do I have you at level 4? I don't. But if I completed a lot of these, I should probably have that. Find the car of Banshee's colleague. Really? An MP5? That's what you're giving me? Cheap ass. That's, oh, that's the, like, the one with the extra fat tube. And the nice MOE stock. I'm kind of a shotgun whore. I'll be real. 33 MOA is not great. I could stick a really long barrel onto that one. I think so. Let me see. Oh, it's already a 20-inch barrel. Okay, so it's just, you know, it's the chode. Do I want to occupy even more? Why would I want spare 10-rounder mags? What? Huh? My big complaint about the magazines is that you can't have a full-size tube and run a salvo suppressor. I'm kind of pissed about that. Although I guess it would make it kind of ridiculous. Alright, let's collect. How many shotguns do I have? I have this one. I run this one suppressed. I think this also has a better stock, question mark? Oh. Oh, I'm an MOE stock with a butt pad. Okay. Weapons handling plus 6%. Is that just from the butt pad? Recoil control. So it's more recoil control. I probably could use some of that on this. So I'm gonna take this and yeah, there you go. Does anyone sell the butt pad? I would expect Gunny to sell those, but he probably doesn't for some reason. Yeah, he doesn't. Which, kind of wild that you can't buy the buttstock. Rather, the pad for the buttstock. Kind of counterintuitive. You'd think that wouldn't be a difficult part to source. Regardless. You still don't have a recoil pad? They're very rare. They drop occasionally. Okay, so these are worth $1,000. So I did sort of make the right call and drop that shotgun. Mossberg 590. Pull off that fucking Hollow Sun. Angled foregrip. 15% recoil mitigation. Versus, that's the same but FBE, AFG2, also 15%. Do I not have any vertical grips? Surely you jest. Slap an EOTech on it, make it a proper gun. There you go. I'm not gonna go full bore on pimping it out. Item not compatible. Not gonna go ham on tuning it up just yet. So then look for some. Do I not have a spare Daniel defense grip? I hate that the only ones he has are FD. %. Okay, well, this is significantly better. Oh, you're M-lock. Okay, so it needs an M-lock adapter. What is... Do I also run in... Oh yeah, okay, so I run it with a 9 M-lock adapter. M-lock 9... I could go for a smaller, actually. Let's go for a 5. Okay, bye. Yeah, it is M-lock. You need an M-lock adapter for... You need an M-lock pad for it. Slap that over here. Hell yeah. I don't even use shotguns, but I like it when they're all pimped out and drippy, you know? What did you have inside? Really? Just double up buck? God, fucking Banshee, you cheap bastard. Couldn't even give me fucking flight control ammo. I'm gonna need another weapons case soon. I probably already need another weapons case. That said, one other thing you found was pretty nice is the AKM. You can cannibalize it. Your Soviet pop gun is pretty slick. I mean, the AKM is a good stand-in for an SMG if you're poor. But also, level 4 Gunny just sells the MP5, you know? I need another crate. I need to save up money to buy another crate. Alright, Banshee. Here's your fucking poverty parts. Thank you very much. Do I not have another shotgun? M700, MP5, SVD. I don't know why I keep the SVD. I never use it. I keep talking shit about it, too. I may as well sell it. Let me quickly compare. You have but the front rail for it and nothing else? Use it for AK-74 parts? Ew, he runs AK's chat. Point and laugh. Hit him with hammers. Oh, okay, so let's see. Mine is a .4 MOA, but that's probably because of the muzzle device. I wonder if... So I kind of like this, but okay, let's remember that this is a 0.4 MOA. Question is why? Question is, why is it a 0.4 MOA, and can we replicate that? That's our 10-round magazine with... looks like full metal jackets. Okay, so this is the 26-inch barrel. This is a suppressed barrel. So this one is 1.1 MOA. And this is a... I guess most of the accuracy is driven by this. Recoil control 8%, recoil control 26%. Do I really need a lot of Ergo's 6%, Ergo's 10%? I am now very biased towards that other M700. I might actually want to retrofit just all of my nice things into this one. Yeah, 0.4 MOA, so it was driven. Okay, this is a Viper 5 to 25. This is also the same optic. That's the Picatinny rail for it. There's really nothing of value other than that. I guess I can sell this fucking thing. You can have a suppressed barrel, I guess. Yeah, I'd rather sell this one, and we keep this one. Alright, this one we're gonna sell off. It's gonna free up some space. You know, it's almost $1,000 for a rifle that I barely use, so we're just gonna do that. The magazines, God, I need some storage. I dearly need storage. What are the tasks he even gave us? Okay, fresh meat, that's Blue Lagoon. Is anyone clearing out Blue Lagoon right now? It's always a possibility. Not right now. What else do you have for me? Find Banshee's colleague, retrieve the intel. The LPVO came off a completely pimped Mosin you found. You put a suppressor on it, now you have a suppressed 54R long gun. I found it next to a completely pimped out AK-308, which is also silly. Do some sawmill runs, you'll eventually drop an SVD, and you'll just have a better rifle than the Mosin. Or just, you know, build out an M4 into a DMR, same as I have, even with an 18-inch barrel that you can get from Gunny. Realistically, it's a better shooting experience than the SVD, and it has more flexibility of what you can do, because with an SVD, if you get forced into CQB, you're just fucked. With the M4 platform, you still have options. You can still cant and switch it into full auto. Phalong Airfield. Investigate Phalong Airfield, find proof of the drug trade. Not very specific, it's probably just a thing on the map and I need to find. You know what? How much rep do I need with you? More than... Okay. Hey, 1,300. This is 600 cred, and I do also sell all of my shit to you. Let's decide what we want to do next. I do need kills on the Phalong Airfield. For my handshake quest. Swap these out. I dearly need a gun case. I need a gun case, I need a gun parts case to fit all of the magazines in. And then I'm gonna run out of money. Let's hit Phalong Airfield, and then we're gonna farm Westmore. But before, someone's already at Bronco fucking farming Vulture. I don't want to walk to Bronco. Walking to Bronco sounds like a very bad time. Lamsey Viewpoint. Interesting that it's highlighted. What level are you, 30? You probably have all of the money to buy all of the nice things. Let's check in on Bronco just in case. Maybe there's no access to Vulture there anyway. Walking to Bronco sucks? Well, especially through the area that I'm in. I'd have to walk through a village with some sketchy angles. Like, I don't want to deal with all of that, but I also don't want to go on the roads that are, you know, sort of... What is over here? That looks like a very cool property, and there's probably loot here. But I'd probably need keys. Magazine's topped off, we have ammo, we don't have water. So, okay, so it's good that we decided to swing by Bronco, because otherwise we're gonna get dehydrated. Actually, let me reheat some water to make some tea.
Raven here, I'm moving out. ETA, 30 seconds.
Alright, chopper's coming in, I'm gonna kill my audio. Did my phone die? My phone did die. Okay, once we're on the longer leg of our of our chopper ride. I'm gonna go get my phone charger.
I'm here. Move it. Go. Strap in. We're heading out.
If only the chopper didn't jitter so much as it flies, I can take pot shots at the NPCs on the ground. What is that?
We're getting close. 30 seconds.
That doesn't look like a residential house. Interesting. The game's shitting itself a little bit. It's getting the shits. Well, how's there? Are you hitting anything?
Move out.
I'm gonna walk down the other side of the mountain. You don't know, I just wanted to try. You are wasteful, sir. 556 green tip doesn't grow on trees despite being green. And also costs like $7 a round. How dare you have fun? Used full, actually used full auto. You never would have made. Wait, what? You never would have made it out of YBL alive? That's a little bit different. That's kind of case sensitive. Hey there, Gray Fox. How's this game you're thinking about getting? It's fantastic. And unlike Tekken, it's actually fun. I'll be real with you, man. I looked at the Fakumram overview, and I'm just completely black-pilled. Are you trying to shame me, Notere? Are you trying to guilt me into playing with you after I so graciously gifted you beginner kit? After you burned through all of your starter gear? Pretty much handheld you through the first quest. How dare you? The things I do for this community. You fucked up and lost that too? The most of your early frustration is because you hated and needing help? Oh, I guess that was a learning, a character arc moment for you. Yeah, exactly. You're always free to just hop on to play the game. I can't stop you from doing that. Did someone just empty that out? They got to it first, cocksuckers. Alright, see, Vulture's not here. God fucking damn it. Okay, let's at the very least eat and drink. Just so that we've made some kind of good use of our time. Alright, let's see. Now we're gonna go to Falong. Someone's already going to Falong, are they? So what I'm saying is you shouldn't have 5 backup kits? No, I have plenty of backup kits. You just shouldn't lose your damn kit. Listen, I maintain that the only time I've lost kit in this game is to a bug. And the devs have mostly restored it. I say mostly because there's still Still trying to ice me out of getting my 20-inch barrel back, so that's why I'm not claiming all of this. Like, you can't see, but there's a ton of shit. There's a new Phantom, a new Delta, a pimped-out Glock, an MCX with a 16-inch barrel, a nice helmet. Like, they give me nice shit. But I'm holding out until they get me my 20-inch barrel back. Because I maintain that that was a glitch, and I logged out when I was well within the territory of the cop. How are you doing, Gray Fox? Listen, I lost it to a glitch. I logged out when I was inside of a cop, and then I just lost all of my gear. I have a new 20-inch that I got from Vulture. I always key charge every time we play, Gray Fox. I think you're confusing me with a different bright red Oni. I'm pretty sure I've never key charged any time during casuals. Oh, boo the game? Take it so personally. I take everything personally. Everything that happens is about me, no Terry. I am the main character. Someone's clearing out Sawmill, so no sense going there. Okay, let's go back up to the LZ and call in a bird and go empty out Falong. Someone's having a jolly good time. How was your 4th of July? Did you have fun? Did you eat some dogs, grill some burgers? Do I have a full bore in 1911 instead of the Commander? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the standard ones drop way more frequently. They are a frequent drop. I'm going to show you. In the Sisei farm over here by Banpa. So they'll spawn a lot in that farm. I think I have like 3 1911s laying around in my inventory. I would really appreciate if they had suppressor height sights, because the Banish completely covers the sights, so they're not good for much outside of point shooting. And their stopping power is largely exaggerated. Found a completely kitted M9. Don't ask you how it keeps happening. I mean, you know, nice things can just happen. You're not playing on a PvP server, so it's not possible for you to be looting it off players, because you can't loot players in PvE. Unless you're playing on a PvP server. In which case, man, just... You do you. I'm definitely not engaging in any of that. Life is too short to play PvP milsim. Alright. Okay, no one is emptying out for long, so we're gonna trim the hedges a little bit. Get some easy kills. K-State home play Tekken Stellar Blade. Played GDM, Japanese Driftmaster, and Karik Streak. Nice. It's a pretty banger mix. So if another faction's a cop, can you counter capture it? Yes, you can. I don't think you take it away from them as a friendly cop, from how... When a different faction is the first to capture it, it'll be marked as purple, and then you just run in, you capture it, and then you both just have access to your vendors and whatnot.
I'm at the LZ. Hurry up and get in. Get ready. We're moving out.
Again, if you play the correct faction with it, which is Mithras, it's gonna happen to you very infrequently. Okay, now I'm curious. Yeah, there's no way that's sniping distance. Because that is 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 4, 5. So, yeah. I just saw that you could overlook. I guess you could. 1, 2, 3. Nah, the main entrance is just outside of draw distance. You poke Bonpaw a little bit, just a little bit at night, that place blows. It's okay. You need to understand why you're going there. Generally, I try to avoid Bonpaw proper, just because, you know, urban combat sucks. More on that and news at 11. But what you can do is, for example, the artisan quest. All of her POIs are on the periphery of the village. I think one's over here, one's somewhere over here, and the other two are here and here. So you don't have to engage with the village proper to check them out. And you only have hostiles, one along this road, you'll have some on the farm, you'll have another one over here, sometimes there's a patrol here. And everything else is like inside of the village, so they don't really engage with you. And for example, there was a kill quest for the boss that I managed to do without really going into the village proper as well. I just stayed on the outside, I went out to the stilt houses, and I just, you know, I domed him through the window, and that was that. I don't think even, no, it wasn't even through the window, he was just loitering outside. So fuck that guy, he was away from his post.
Spread out.
Well, no, Terry, you need to understand that the draw limitation is also, you know, a product of a technical limitation. The reason that the game doesn't draw out opponents beyond 400 meters, first of all, is that there's really not a lot of opportunity to snipe anyone from further out. And it would completely cook your GPU. Like, I'm on a 4070, and I'm gasping for... Oh, no, everyone's already dead. That sucks. Like, you see the way the game stutters on stream whenever I try to bring up my reticle to, you know, at least do some shooting. It has less to do with the team wanting to gimp your capability to snipe, and them trying to prevent your PC from melting. How many people can be in a team? So squads are limited to 4 people, but I rarely squad up. Usually I squad up to, you know, just to do a specific thing. No one is stopping you from just collaborating with people on your team. The purpose of squatting up is usually to simplify communications, but then you can also do that through Discord. So the only real utility of being in a squad is contributing to kill quests, and sort of not stealing missions from each other, and to not die in Blue Lagoon. You don't need to squat up to not die in Blue Lagoon. You do need people with you to not die in Blue Lagoon, that's true, but you don't need to be in a squad with them. So generally, it's joint quests, and then your push to talk becomes a radio. Because by default, push to talk is proximity chat. What the fuck? Are my headphones broken? No, it's just that quiet. I find that to be somewhat suspicious. Oh, that's a player. Hey, is everyone dead here? Wow. There you go. See, if we were in a squad, then you would hear the guy way more clearly because, you know, you would be on direct radios. Alright then, let's go farm my favorite bridge then. Let's get some spare spending cash, I guess. We can also hit, it's pretty early in the morning, we can go hit Sunset Chalet. Because it tends to drop some good loot. I need to crank my audio up slightly. Alright, our bird is a minute out, so we're gonna wait.
Raven reporting. I'm on my way. ETA, 30 seconds.
Ah, well, we don't get to mess around with Falong today. Falong, more like Fatch Long. That was horrible. I'm not proud of that one bit. Alright, that's our bird.
Landing, get in, go! Ready up, we're taking off.
So, in terms of quests, if you squad up and you have a collection quest, like find thing and deliver it over to, I don't know, to Handshake, in those cases you still need to individually get the thing, or read the document, or whatever the fuck else. For kill quests, those are combined for squads. So you squad up and, for example, if you need to score 20 kills on Sawmill, you would do better by squatting up, because instead of racking up individual kills, you'll just rack those up as a squad and you'll just clear it significantly faster.
Get ready. 30 seconds.
Let's see how... Ah, damn it, I'm on the wrong side to scope out Sunset. Undetermined. Check for patrol. I see one. Is there a second one? Not yet. Not yet. Okay. We're gonna hop off our bird and we're gonna dome him real quick. Oh, 400 meters. That's definitely not the correct zero. There's a third guy in the shack southeast of Cobra. You knew it? Ah, you got caught lacking, weren't you? How are you not dead? Okay, before I start receiving fire from that checkpoint, I'm gonna go and make sure that he bleeds out thoroughly. Side neck shot through the house wall. Fuck yeah. Yeah, overpens are a thing. Some of those walls are more of a suggestion than actual cover. Usually if you can see through a wall, it ain't stopping shit. I guess it depends on the round, but yeah, in most cases I wouldn't count on it. I mean, there's always next time, man. Oh no, this man has been shot. I'll make sure that his money is put to good use. Fuck it, I'll take the bucket helmet too. Give me that, nerd. I do not have an angle on Sunset from here. I wonder what keeps these dopes alive. Go into a place, wallpeppered with shrapnel impact, and he's just not properly expired. What do you mean? Oh, well, for one, a lot of their health and their damage mapping scales off of the server density, so sometimes they'll have a little bit of extra durability baked in. Alright, they've definitely not cleared out Sunset, so that's good to know. You shooting at me, bitch? You are not at engagement range. There's no shot he didn't just shoot wildly because he's scared. Yeah, that's right, be scared. I'll come around to get the rest of you later. But yeah, I believe their health pool and their resistance to damage is scaled off of the density of the level, so if there are too many people, they will go down harder. That being said, you always have the luxury of injuring them and then waiting for them to bleed out. That is a valid tactic. You are never forced to push in. Well, okay, not never, but you are rarely forced to push in. It is a tactical decision for you to whether or not you want to take that gamble. So the bucket helmet. Damn, my GPU is not feeling too hot. Who the fuck? Okay, hopefully my bridge hasn't been ransacked. So whenever you suspect that someone is behind a wall, you can usually hear them if you've already hit them. And grenade shrapnel is great for producing bleeds. So whenever you're not sure about passing a certain sketchy threshold, you could always just say no and toss a grenade and wait for them to bleed out. They're gonna start shooting back now. One of them was running around like a chicken with his head cut off. I'm gonna go look for him. I hit one of them in the chin. I'm not very happy with that. I think that's sloppy marksmanship. I know for a fact there's one more of you over there. There you are. Alright. Okay, I don't see anyone on approach. We just need to be mindful of the 2 patrols that converge on that spot, and the guy who's always hiding behind the bunker. Up, someone's shooting. Take some breast cover. Used full auto recently. Survived being in the same room as a frag grenade. So you rocked in a new mag and drew a line on the wall. That's the way to do that, sure. Valid use of fire. Here, puss, 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 puss. Come on. You know you want to stick your head out. I usually stick to full auto whenever I'm not in a position to aim granularly. If it's too sketchy to line up headshots, I'm going full auto. Oh, pretty nice. A phone and some cash. Yeet. Well, if he was there, he ain't there no more. Alright, shotgun. Credit card. Slugs. Mackerel. You can keep that. You can keep that. Up, 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 up. Please don't freeze on me. Stack that here. They seem to be mostly rocking shotguns, which is good because it's good for like space economy. This over here. This over here. Use this. While we do that, just drop that here. Keeping the lookout so that they don't surprise me with I think that sounded like an SVD. Oh nice, another shotgun. This bridge is great for farming shotguns and Sabo slugs. Absolutely fantastic. They don't always spawn, but when they do. You got there also a shotgun. Let's move that over here. Got some money. I'll pull back into cover. I'm a little exposed. If I'm gonna be fidgeting with guns, I'm gonna prefer to take some hard cover real quick. Move that over here. Oh, that's not gonna fit. Okay, let's finish my water. None of you are... I'm gonna drop this. I'm gonna leave my spare ammo with you, sir. Please hold on to this ammo while I'm gone. Really, really bad time to start lagging game. Really don't appreciate that. And this is why I keep my long gun on me while I'm raiding. Just another one that comes down here because this is his patrol route, like right overlooking where I'm going through. Alright, excellent. You have an AK. I don't have any room for that. I'll clear out once I'm done. Yeah, I'm not enjoying the lag spikes. Not at all. I wouldn't say that my PC is running hot. Maybe we need to recompile the shaders. Yeah, because it's showing me that it's fighting for VRAM, but I don't know why. Let me kill Discord real quick. So you are a resource drain to a certain extent. Maybe I have some more excess services running. Let me check. Everything else is mostly a necessity. Oh, you're now gonna be a bitch, aren't you? There we go. Ah! It was Discord. Yeah, that's a big difficulty of streaming this game. Okay. Oh, I'm also crouching. I wonder why I'm moving so slowly. Usually, if you're smart with your inventory management, you can get as high as much as 3,000 bucks off of sweeping this bridge once. You could probably get slightly more if you're not averse to taking the extra however many sweeps you need to take to collect all of the armor. I rarely do that because you're gonna eke out at most like an extra 500 bucks for really a lot of time. Sable Slug, ePhone credit card. Just combine all of the cash. Slap that in here for now. Okay. Oh, and an AKM. Leave this here for now. Put this here. Okay, we're good to go. And usually it takes 2 trips. Anything you can't carry in 2 trips is usually not worth it. I focus on getting their guns because they fetch the most price per unit of space they take up. You can sort of min-max containers if they have plate carriers, but the math just doesn't work out. You just take their guns and sell them off. And if you ever need a shotgun, you can just come here and you get a shotgun for the low price of a single 5.56 green tip bullet. One of you had my ammo. There you go. Give me that. Okay, you should be picked clean. Up. Up, 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 up. I see you. I see you. Let's pull back behind hard cover. I'm gonna let him walk down a little bit so that I don't have to walk too far uphill. That whipping sound of the 5.56 really speaks to me on a primordial level. Ah, there was no one here after. Whoa. That's okay, that's happening up on the hill. That's not directed at me. 545. What is that? Oh, nice. Some AP 7.62 NATO. Let's take the circuit. There's not a lot much to take. There's not much left to take from these guys, so... Oh, someone's clearing out Midnight Sapphire. That makes sense. Okay. Take this. You got anything else on you? I'll just take your ammo. Fuck it, I'll take your helmet as well. Alright, we're gonna take one of their plate carriers just because we can. You know, it's a chunk of change. It's $200 per piece, and we can stuff it full of stuff. What in the name of God is this artisan quest? Bring a flash drive to the guardhouse. No, ignore that, Notary. we don't do that quest here. It's so that quest is really easier to do than the alternative, but I never do that. They have violated my my NAP by existing and looking in my general direction, and the punishment is death, invariably. I can fit a lot of shit in here. Okay, maybe not a lot, but you know, a little bit. Probably can't fit another plate carrier in. Yeah, not with the 2 guns. Easier than killing 20 guys? Respectfully disagree based on the experience of killing them. Those motherfuckers were chasing you through the bush so thick that you missed shots. That killed the other dudes. So... in a vacuum, you are correct, but you also need to understand that there are other people playing this game, Notary. So, for example, you can wait for a party to run through YBL and just then swoop in while everyone's dead, leave the flash drive there. But fuck Artisan and fuck her dickless attitude. It's, for some reason, her not finding a good man in this part of the world is somehow our problem. And we're supposed to take her attitude. I refuse that premise on the face of it. And I did the quest for Handshake. And also, I think he pays better for it. Like, I don't need anything that Artisan sells. So I don't need good rep with her. And you will build rep with her regardless, because she gives a lot of quests. Because strong, independent woman she may be, but for some reason she still needs a man to do a ton of shit for her. Which I guess is also on brand. She has that very unpleasant, histrionic demeanor of a woman who's not had good dick in the last decade. And I don't appreciate that energy. So I say kill them all. Goes back here. Vendor Banshee. Alright, another 700. 250. LS8. LH. Ah, fuck it. The LZ one. That's the more expensive one. I'll need to keep an eye out for NPCs that carry that. Yeah, it's $17 to lab rat. Every single quest is like an extended woman moment. She sometimes gets off her high horse, but not for very long. Alright, I'd say we made a bit of a bag here. See, as I said, $3 grand. Actually, 3,600. I'm gonna put that away. We're gonna go make some more. because I have discovered the tech to clearing out. Do I not have any more green tip? I have plenty of black tip, I just don't want to waste it. Okay, let's buy some green tip. Oh, I do have green tip, never mind. I have discovered the tech to clearing out sunset, which I'm going to demonstrate. Nighttime shenanigans, immensely fun. I still prefer the stealth gameplay. But range superiority is also still a thing. Just realize how badly you need an ammo box. Yeah. Fortunately, Gunny gives you an ammo box at some point, just for free. And, you know, 10 grand isn't really a lot of money in the scale of things, so... I wonder if they put a new guy there. Usually a couple of NPCs doing Overwatch. I've not seen more than 2 beyond on the upper floor. During the day, you're advised to manage your visibility. I'm not really seeing anything. Does Vulture sell anything that players are just guns and armor? Because you would shit bricks if someone died with an ammo box on them. No, technically anything that's in the inventory is going to end up in his store. Just carrying an ammo box isn't exactly meta. Oh, I am blind. These boys got some kit today. God damn. Hey there, Mercy. Oh, you can't take them out of the stash, really? Well, I don't see why you would, but there's your answer, Notary. Would be funny, though. You know what? I kind of want... it's not worth it. Fuck it. Just drop this piece of shit. I'll take it for now, in case I need it. Let people be stupid who want their stuff. Listen, it's 10 grand. Come on, it doesn't take too long to grind that. Just raid the bridge to Midnight Sapphire like 3 times and you have enough money. It is still worth American dollars? Yeah, exactly. Like you can just make the money. I made 3 grand just walking past a bridge. I don't see anyone doing Overwatch. Doesn't mean that they're not there, it means that they're not on this angle. So they're probably on the other side of that pagoda, or whatever you want to call it. Oh, we're getting some hiccups. Well, I guess my graphics card is going to have to... oh, okay, we had the changing lighting conditions. That explains a lot. Like, I don't have to get into a fight with the NPCs that patrol there. Rather, I don't have to hunt for them now, but I really don't want to deal with them later. A pavilion, you think? A thing with a sloped roof, you know what I mean. A promenade, basically. No, it's not a promenade. I forget what a promenade is. A promenade is like an extended walkable space with a roof. Lucky it's not a sunny day. The shadow rendering would kill your graphics card. No, I don't see a lot of difference between sunny and everything else. I have my shadows turned down too. What's really killing my graphics card is having to render a Unity instance on top of the game. Alright, we're gonna be here all day if we're gonna wait for them to pop up here, so that's not what I want to do. So we're gonna go and cut through the woods to get our point of view. It is an old Asian tower. That's probably a good way to put it. Well, yeah, that's right. We are in Asia, so anything I want can be a pagoda. This is a bit of a sketchy approach angle, actually. We may get some opportunistic angles here. Nah, the brush is getting too thick. Marcy, you've missed a pretty successful run on Fort Nerith just now. Never mind that I forgot all of my keys, so I didn't get access to any of the fun places inside of the air control tower, but, you know, we had some pretty okay long-distance kills. Some pretty high-quality CQB, if I do say so myself. You're now going to call it a Bogota out of spite? I'm not sure that's how that works. For one, because Bogota is in South America, if I'm not messing my geography up. Every time I take aim through my scope, my fucking frame rate drops in OBS. Oh, it's the capital of Colombia. There you go. Sorry, I only remember important capitals. Like Austin. I don't see stuff to kill. Mildly upsetting. Austin Powers, he was a capital G? Probably. Very likely so. Now that you think about this, Austin Powers is basically like a 70s Andrew Tate. I'm very uncomfortable with that thought, but I see no evidence of the contrary. Oh, that's actually a pretty okay angle. Even through the trees? Like, if I'm good with my shot placement and with waiting for a patrol. Bad teeth, no fashion sense, checks out. Questionable views on women, I know, right? Both adhere to the predominant religion of the UK, which right now is Islam, so, you know, the cross-section is there, definitely there. I do not like that nothing is happening here, because this is... I swear to God, the moment I start pushing into the building, there are going to be 2 NPCs on this angle. The game does a very good job of denying me the pleasure of sniping. Much more of an acceptable stereotype than Tate. That's because probably no one remembers that movie existed. Ha ha ha. Alright, we're gonna let that one ferment a little bit more. deal with the ones that are patrolling between the bungalows. Many people in the US think that the people in the UK are very refined, and other Europeans think that they are mostly hobos. I don't know. I know better in the sense that... how should I put this? Oh, fuck. I neglected to bring water again, didn't I? I'm gonna have to check the bungalows for some nourishment, because I don't want to lay it all the way back to camp. Damn it, I saw movement. I saw movement and I missed him. He's gonna go up those stairs, or he's going to go back. Gypsies are hobos? Okay, but gypsies aren't British. Well, for one, they're different. They have a very pronounced class distinction amongst themselves, and that creates... they're very stratified by that metric. Fuck. I pressed space instead of hold breath. I had a shot on the guy. He has a pretty short cycle for walking, so... how am I doing for thirst? Oh, you'll be fine. There's probably a Gatorade in one of those bungalows anyway. I'm aware that you know what a hobo is, but gypsies aren't... It's different. Take a body shot on that one. That was not the guy who passed through there before, so there's at least one more body loitering around. Please stop the lip smacking. It's very unnerving. I don't want to open up on grenade stealth just yet. Different culture, it's not quite compatible with the rest of Europe. Well, with the rest of anywhere, really. You call them hobos because it amuses you? You know what? Just do what makes you happy, man. Looked like one of them was pushing through the bushes for a moment there. Ah, I see you. He also saw me, realistically. Whoa, okay, someone definitely sees me. And I think we have another guy, at least two guys, doing Overwatch from a tower over there. See if I can spot them. 100%, one of them took a shot at me from the upper floor. That everyone hates them doesn't really help. That they enforce the stereotypes also doesn't help. Yeah, I mean, realistically, they're most of the gripes people. Oh, there's two of you over there. Yep, he slumped over. Let's reload and click my optic all the way back. I don't hear any more of them, but that doesn't mean they're not here. Yeah, you got any sippies on you? No, but you have a necklace. Probably got FMG ammo. Splints, chocolate bar. I'll take the chocolate bar because I'm gonna be hangry soon. I mean hangry, I mean hungry, sorry. The shorthand is permeating my water. There you go. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you much. I'm gonna slap that over here. Move the choco bar. I'm gonna move the choco bar into my pocket so that it's nice and melted by the time I get to eating it. Ah, another water. Being hangry is not a good feeling. Yeah. As someone currently undergoing a weight cut, I can confirm it is not a bueno feeling. Not very conducive to feeling happy thoughts. Alright, we got our full ammo. Where's the other guy we ventilated? Ah, right at the base of the steps where he should be. A bit of cash, a Mosin, free grenade. I'm gonna try to peek around the corner. See if I can pick off the patrol there. You would have eventually become an issue. I wonder if I can get the other one too. One of them walks back and forth on that stairway. I have some free grenades, I may as well use them. It didn't sound like anyone was terribly impressed by that. Don't play as much Gray Zone anymore. Found another game on Steam that you kind of obsessed with right now. That's perfectly fine. I mean, I'll be the last person to say that you're supposed to, like, play the one game all of the time, and if you're not, then you're a bad person and a cheater. I think I hear someone pitter-pattering around. Oh, I definitely hear someone pitter-pattering around. Let's wait for my arm stamina to get back up. The fuck you do? No reason to not like the other games. He's definitely somewhere over there. I'll toss another one for good measure. So the fly's a little flatter. You sneaky bitch, how did you not get clocked by the shrapnel?
Come on, where are you?
Oh, he's on the roof.
Sure, it's just a misunderstanding.
I'll show you a misunderstanding.
Show yourself, you son of a bitch.
Uh-oh. Oh, that was a bad throw.
Come on.
I don't have any more grenades. I wish he dropped his fucking AK. That would have been so cool. Alright, let's clear the rest of it. Alright, see, it's a good thing that I saved this Choco Bar. Nice and pre-melted. Let's use this water and just keep this one because it's an itty-bitty bottle with a single serving. Nice. 1911 compensator. I'm gonna pie the room real quick. There's what, 4 bodies up here, right? Another Choco Bar. We're gonna eat that. Yeah, I mean, y'all just hanging out here, are ya? Nice, more grenades. Oh, a watch. Or with the warranty on that and still good. Digital camera, okay, also cool. Alright, I'm gonna go through their meager belongings after that. I think the guy that I killed on the way into camp despawned. Mm-hmm. Kind of slim pickings. These fucking... it's not... okay, I'm gonna take this just, you know, in order to conserve some space. You know what? No, I will not. This barely costs anything. So just drop that shit, take everything else, and I'll just take their guns instead. It's better space economy. Did I get everything out of this one? Yes, I did. The drops on this site have been getting kind of bad. I don't know if they've changed the loot drops. I guess the jewelry isn't too bad, but... I was hoping to fish out an MCX or some... Not that I need anymore, but still. Just let me be greedy, man. Mossberg probably costs more than whatever the fuck else they have on them. Just take the ammo as well. What is the difference between an AK-74M and an AK-74N? I don't know. Unload your fucking ammo is what I'll do. Okay, we have 2 more guys that we haven't picked clean. Got anything else for me? Alright, a little bit of something. I will get hurt if I proceed down this way. I'm just gonna go through the normal path. I will get either hurt or stuck, and I would prefer to avoid both. And has lateral support for optics? Ah. I mean, for me, the main difference is going to be in sale price, because no way I'm running that piece of shit. I will not be caught dead running Russian stuff. Say no to Soviet surplus slop. Oh boy, ban the bot. Yeah, I'll get to him momentarily. Let me get some cover. Be gone. Sent to the cum realm, where you belong. Does it not auto-delete messages anymore? Interesting. I guess we can now go on our merry way. I guess an MP7 is an okay drop. Especially since it's an A1, I can just sell it. Because I have 2 A2s, I think. The bucket helmet's probably not worth taking. How familiar am I with the metric system? I'm okay with using the metric system for most things. I usually struggle with having to transfer one into the other, but not with conceptualizing the abstract measurements. Oh, a fresh box. We love fresh box. Yes, I made that sound dirty on purpose. Put that here, put that here. An extra suppressor for the M700, but we have plenty of those. You struggle with Imperial? I mean, if you don't get a lot of use out of it, makes sense that, you know, it's not going to be immediately intuitive. Let's sell this off as well. Premier scope rings, 30 millimeters. Is it any different from just regular 30 millimeter scope rings? High quality, robust, lightweight, I guess. Let me take a look if I can replace anything on mine. They sit slightly lower. Okay. Where? That's a 30 millimeter ring, right? O-ring. 1.9. Okay, so they are slightly more lightweight. Not compatible with the micro rear. Okay. I mean, I don't really use those. I don't really see a big difference. Because the optics are... Yeah, it's not compatible with the rear sight, but it's not like I use irons anyway, so... Like, they're not really co-witness irons. I keep them just for vibes, so... Don't mind putting them off. Jacket hollow point Brownings, 545 ammo, golden ring. I'm thinking of hanging on to this. I can sell this, regular 30 millimeter, resell this. And that's our chunk of change. I'm gonna drink my Haterade. Do you sell PSR rings? No, you don't. 2,500 is not a lot of money. That was kind of a shit run. I mean, we did lighten up our rifle a little bit, so I guess for whatever that counts. Where are my other M700 suppressors? There it is. What are other funny things we can do? Aren't PSRs for the Soviet guns? No, no. I mean, I managed... That was called a PSR sight, see? A PSR ring, rather. Premier scope rings. Manufacturer, MDT. The MDT 3mm Premier scope ring. High quality, robust, lightweight. These are designed to withstand harsh conditions. Certain construct... Yeah, well, the low-ride ones. You can't buy them. Yeah, I think I sold a set of them before. Loot only. I mean, listen, it's a little bit less weight, and we do have a problem with superfluous weight on this particular rifle, so it is what it is. No, no, I don't think anyone sells these. So I've also only seen them in loot. I just didn't immediately recognize them as valuable. Right. We have $50,007. Need some grenades. Running out of freebie grenades. Banshee sells low rings, but you always forget if they're premier or not. Apparently they're not. Where is the low ring? What is that? A caps 4 to 36. Ah. Oh no, it's 4 by 36. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I don't see why you would need a non-variable optic, but okay. If you want to run it, run it. Okay. Someone's cleaning out Falong Airfield. People are using ACOGs. Well, ACOGs are different. ACOGs are a 3 magnification. They make sense on certain rifles. That one didn't seem to have a lot of field of view with how narrow it was. ACOGs are mid-range optics. They have a use case. That seemed to be too claustrophobic for mid-range, but then not enough for anything long-range, which is my question. Things to do during the day. Mercy, do you know how populated is construction site if there's like 5 more AIs? Do you know? The M700 Banshee sells with a 4 optic? Why? The purpose of the thing is to reach over far distances. Why would you do that? Seeing a party. I wonder if they're exfilling from midnight? I guess they're exfilling from midnight. What else would you be doing there? I have a motel key. I haven't raided the motel, and I do have a quest in Hunter's Paradise. I really don't like Hunter's Paradise. A lot of sketchy angles, a lot of shit happening. Oh, they seem to be moving towards Hunter's Paradise. Almost died there, you can't say for sure. I see. Should I try to tag along with those people currently cleaning out Hunter's Paradise, is the real question. At least 4? Ah, okay. I see more people running that way. Let's go do something funny. Where is my key case? Key case. Hunter's Paradise weapon cache. Hunter's Paradise 102. Alright, let's fucking go.
Raven, wheels up for Hotel 3.
4 minutes? Really? It's because I'm so far away. I think maybe twice as much? Ah, I tried scoping it out for some long distance shooting, and I think I got a visual on like 1, maybe 2 AI, so I guess they're hiding in the interior. Because I tried shooting them off of a nearby hill, rather pretty much off of the side of the mountain to the east of the construction site. It felt like a very big mixed terrain with a lot of sketchy angles, so I didn't go deep. And I guess that was the correct call. Making sure no one's running around to third party me. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, that's the guy I was looking for. I want to run up. I doubt he has anything too interesting, but maybe. Yeah, not much. Oh, a little bit of cash. A little bit of cash money. You know what would be cool? If we would get magnifiers. Like if I could slap a EOTech red dot magnifier combo, use that with my nods.
This is Raven arriving shortly near your position. ETA, 1 minute.
Those guys may clear that place out by the time I get there. I think that might come in a future update. I think they... So the thing is, I specifically want it to be compatible with nods. So... it would... so that it would enable nighttime sniping, essentially. And the concern right now is that would be imbalanced for PvP. But people have been asking for that for quite a while. Well, big if true. That's not my bird, that's someone else's bird. A nice long barrel you got there. Alright, that's my bird.
I'm here. Move it. Go.
Everyone knows that the bird is the word? Yes, so I've been reliably told. Alright, let me top off. Alright, 3 grenades, some ammo. It should be fine for Hunter's Paradise, as blown out as it currently is. We're gonna hit the motel first because we have keys. And there is a likelihood that there's some untouched loot there. And then I think we need to check a corpse on the firing line.
Move out.
Alright. It's just been cleared out, so it should be good. Oh, Alki! Ricky, hello! We're being raided from every side. How are you doing? Thank you, thank you. Oh, I didn't. All hail the Queen of Database, Slayer of Elephants, Vanquisher of Plants, Dire without a fight. Welcome Raiders, how are you doing? My name is Kuromaru Onii-san. I'm everyone's favorite tactical Oni no Onii-san and bad influence. Possible cause for nothing ever happening. Hi. How are you two doing? Were you running PvP and getting into trouble? Hey there, Alki. We don't have mods. Just a second. I will issue my shout-outs in alphabetical order so that nobody feels left out. Alki, there you go. Okay, that's Alki over here. I'm about to go and I'm gonna keep that chambered for Ricky's shout-out as well. But welcome. Already said what my name is. It's not that difficult to remember. But yeah, we play tactical shooters. I say multiple, but realistically I mostly just play Gray Zone. And yeah, we do a little bit of Japanning. We do a little bit of health and fitness. So pretty much anything that you might be interested in. And by the way, we are doing a definitely not my birthday celebration next week. So if that's something that you are potentially interested in, hang around, follow the socials. They should be linked somewhere in the description. We're going to be doing lots of funny stuff there. Or one of those things is building a dedicated chibi model for streaming Gray Zone. So that is going to be on the docket. How was your stream? Just making sure I'm not missing any... Yep, also remember to hydrate. Let me take a sip of water. That's not really water, that's tea. Who am I lying to? Ah! Ricky, how was your vacation? It was, chaotic PvP. Listen, I can't into the PvP. I'm sorry, life is just too short. I don't want to do that to myself. I thought you killed everyone. God damn it. Okay, I need to pay attention to what's going on here. Otherwise, I'm just gonna walk out into being shot. It's weird fun? I believe it, I believe it. Fortunately, no one was chasing you down the map to deliver a support ticket this time. Okay, this is already emptied out. I don't need this part of the map anyway. Same with Alki, especially with being a meat shield. Damn, that's rough. Are the guys still here? Okay, they're still in the most sketchy part of Hunter's Paradise. So I can still dash in to get my quest. Got 3 PvP kills today. Damn, that's nice. I'm not coming at shit. Think fast, Chuckle Nuts. None of them died. Why didn't you dive to that grid? Ricky, what is that? Explain that shrapnel not hitting anyone in that courtyard. I'm pretty sure it blew up right into his face. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the lurk. Give me a minute once the shout out cools down. Oh, actually, let me try to... Yay, here's your shout out. Go and follow Ricky and Alki. They're developers on this game, and also very fine people to just watch for things outside of this game. Whoa, I'm not participating in whatever you're offering. Sorry, not buying it. Did I overshoot my target? How fucking many of you are there? They just killed all of you. Didn't deny the kill, it just stated that it was close. Alright. I have to push in, otherwise they're gonna get an angle on me. Alright, y'all are having a conversation amongst yourselves. Someone's bleeding, but not bleeding enough. There should be more bleeding happening. Why am I even fighting for this part of the map? There's nothing here I want. Well, mostly I just don't want to get third-partied as I run over to the armory. I think one NPC shot another. Big if true. Also, hey there, Hennix. I'm just gonna run over and go to the part that's relatively safer, because I have nothing to do with the motel. It's been obviously cleared out. Ammo check. Alright, I see dead bodies. Dead bodies means that there are adults around, and I can rely on them to carry me. Hi. If anyone can input ! Socials, I would really appreciate that. Just type that in chat. You don't need any special permissions to do that. Friendly. Thank you, Notary. But yeah, follow the socials, leave questions in the marshmallows. We will be doing a big Q&A next week. I'm gonna say Saturday, when we're doing the totally not birthday stream. Got any funny keys on you? So leave me a marshmallow, ask me some questions. We're going to be doing a big review of my EDC for going to Japan. There's a lot of secret Discord tech there to explore. Hi there. Also, while I have the devs looking, when do we get a magnifier for the EOTech? I really need it. I need night vision compatible magnification, please. Oh, they already raided the armory. That's to be expected. I shall take whatever pittance is left to me. But I do have to say, one of the big things that I really like about the game is the community, because the community is just so nice. At the very least on the PvE side, I can't speak to the PvP. I saw Megalum get domed as he was collecting this quest. I shall try to not repeat his experience, and peace out while I can. Up, someone's definitely shooting. Where are my new friends? Where are they exfilling through? Free grenade. Free AK sight. Free water. In PvE, the PvP guys can be quite nasty or cheating. Oh, hey there, Infrit. Where are you? You were taking hostage? Listen, I hate to be the one to tell you, but you're never leaving. Not because I don't want to, but because I don't know where the keys to the handcuffs are. Hey there, Infrit. We're having ourselves a little bit of a silly haha while we're running around Hunter's Paradise. Where did all of those guys exfil to? Oh, they went to the motel. Okay, so it's safe to follow them out. I'm doing a little lazy questing. I did have some silly CQB coded fun in the oh, someone's got a lot of grenades to spend. Hey there, neighbor. Check on this guy nuked previously. Take his fucking AK. It is water. Might as well. Alright, those were my kills to skin. Those were honorable kills with center mass shots. I don't want to hear anything about that. I had the devs present. They can confirm that I was the one who killed them. Grenades. Stop 10 for most you can. Okay, there are probably a couple of typos there that I'm not entirely picking up. But at least in PvE, the people are generally nice to interact with, even cross-faction. I was doing some pretty butthole-wrenching CQB at Fort Nerith, and just some random guy from a different faction just swooped in, helped me clear the top floor. Did I kill more guys going in? Yes, I did. Just because that's just how I operate. But at the same time, it's it's the thought that counts. And it's nice to have an extra set of eyes while I'm trying to kill everything in sight. Okay, what are we doing? I could actually just push forward to Argos and serve in that quest. Top, you're being shot at. Understandable. Get to a safe location. Do not operate in text at the same time. I really want that commander quest in Fort Nerith because I saw someone show a way to snipe him from outside the base, and I really want to try that. I'll even break out the M700 of the AP rounds to do that. Imagine someone watching my stream while in a military operation. Listen, I can only aspire to that. Given that most US bases have good internet and, you know, the downtime that allows for that, Wait, do I not have access to my inventory? I am in the camp. There we go, okay. That here, that goes here. Can I slap that over here? Okay, I guess I can. We'll get to charge extra for that, I guess. Drink my water. As grenade stays here, this goes here. Vendors, lab rat task. Hand over. Huh? Oh, sorry, wrong quest. Alright, we got some blood bags, that's good to see. Locate intel about Hunter's Paradise VIP program. Sure. Eliminate hostiles in Hunter's Paradise. Can do. But yeah, as I was saying, I think most US bases have access to broadband internet these days, so it's not entirely out of the question. If Tomoe can stream while technically being she's not on deployment, but she's, you know, on army premises, surely watching streams should be available to them. Alright, let me sort this real quick. Stuff that here. Okay. And quickly do some inventory management. You know what? I dashed in mostly to complete a quest, so I'm pretty content with what I got here. Alright, you say construction site is a death trap, huh? Seeing people loitering around Fort Nerith some more. Need to get more Banshee tasks done. Blue Lagoon. Anything happening in Blue Lagoon? Nope. I'm not going there alone, so that's off the table. Oh my, okay. Sorry, I just looked at the time there. Midnight Sapphire, that's gonna take a while. Fulong Airfield, also not a really fast area to work through. I'm just thinking what we might do. There's a person in Fulong Airfield, so they seem to be doing probably one of the later game quests. Is that task limited by time? It is not, so I can go at any time of day. It's pretty light outside. Question is, do I want to go without the cover of night? Let me quickly check where the location is for... Oh, right, I don't have my phone charger. Fantastic. Let me quickly tank the stream to look up. No. Great. Zone Warfare. Skycrawler, Skycrawler, Skycrawler. Where is that, I wonder? Ah, okay. So that's on the outer edge of Fulong. That's actually not that bad. We're gonna go to Golf 3, and we're gonna go from there. Okay, we're gonna do one quick task, so we're gonna rub a quick one out, and I'm gonna be ending stream for today because I have been going for quite a while.
Raven dispatch.
I'm just a
Foxtrot 1.
tiny bit tired now. But yeah, it would be interesting to get some... A lot of vets play this game for very easy to understand reasons. I really like asking people who've been through the service about, you know, best practices. Standard operational procedures, things of that nature. Like, a lot of the things that have made it easier for me to play the game was just relying on things in the Army Ranger manual Yeah. Well, for example, like the general rule of moving, if you need to cover distance, you move at night. You don't walk on roads, you travel along roads through partial concealment. Shooting the pelvic bowl as opposed to center mass is an acceptable tactic if you have range advantage, because they never have armor there, so it's always going to be a soft target that produces a lot of bleeding and disrupts whatever marching order they have. Oh, I forgot to get food, but I should be fine. There's a Twinkie around here I can get.
I'm at the LC. Hurry up and get in.
There are also a lot of tactical considerations that are technically part of what they teach as part of the Ranger course. Because there's a lot of required reading, like Sun Tzu, for example. So you have the execution part of the actual ops, but then you have the design part of like what kind of kit do you want to bring with you? How are you going to approach a certain point of interest? Yes, you are visible quite far, but then you sort of have the question of how do you use a road to your advantage? And there are ways of doing that. Because you can't just stick to the thick brush.
30 seconds.
Sorry, I had to yawn there for a moment, but as I was saying, there's a larger tactics consideration, rather strategy consideration, before you approach the tactics of hitting a certain POI. Like, if we're working in a disadvantageous position, which is, you know, inherent because the AI is numerous and we are not. Swing by, grab some food.
Spread out.
And you now had to yawn. Oh, I'm hearing a lot of shots being fired, so the only thing I need for Banshee is get intel from that shed over there. Should be easy enough to do. Under normal circumstances, I would wait for nightfall and do that. But yeah, as I was saying, so if we're placed in an inherent disadvantageous position, for example, the way I play solo, so I work against larger numbers, I work against an enemy that has effectively endless resources because they're not really limited in ammo. And in most situations outside of, like, pitch black night darkness, they also have better vision than I do. Especially in the brush, where it's difficult for me to make out, like, a human silhouette and react to it appropriately. So in those situations, I need to create those advantages for myself through either my selection of kit or my selection of the tactics that I decide to pursue. So that's why, for example, during the day, I'm not going to have better visibility through brush, but I will have an advantage at range. This means that I can, for example, run... actually, that's what I'm going to do right now, because I'm kind of sketched out about what I can encounter. You know what? He's probably cleared out the airfield, that's fine. You never read the Ranger Handbook because you rush in quite often? Well, that's one way to do that. I'm very stingy about losing my gear. I would prefer to not do that. So yeah, as I was saying, during daytime, when I do not have an advantage of visibility, I will make use of my long-range rifle because I outrange the NPCs both in just simple engagement range and the distance at which I can spot them. If I'm going and if I don't have long distances available to me or clear visibility available, as an option, then I'm going to go for a nighttime op because I can limit my exposure. Just a second. That is a bush. I need to lean into the monitor a little bit because low light. I'm going to use the cover of night to limit my exposure, and then I'm going to have to manage my signature, so I'm going to go with subsonic ammo, and that's going to sort of color the way I approach a POI. Because my objective is to stack as many advantages onto myself as possible and deprive the enemy of any advantage that they may organically have. We're going to listen for footsteps. And at nighttime, that's going to be visibility and angles. I wonder if the breaker boxes are going to do anything at any point. They do things, you use them to shut off internal, sometimes external lighting? Really? Alright, there are guys inside of that hangar. But I can't throw grenades. I'm gonna pull out here. Sounds like he's still running around killing them. That's okay. Oh, so noisy you can use it. Really? I didn't know that makes a noise. There are definitely guys in that building over there. I'm gonna risk it and do some CQB. Just gonna crank my audio a little bit so that I have better feedback. Not visible from here? That's okay. Uh-oh, I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up doubly. Oh, good thing that... I should have died there. Sir? We were trying to reach you about your extended car warranty. Oh, I completely misjudged the terrain here. Silly me. I'll close this door. Sir, please stop. It's very inappropriate. Okay, he stopped. That's good. It's nice when someone respects your boundaries. I'll just unload your ammo. Oh, there's stuff in here. Yeah, sure. I'll take it. Is that the intel I need? That's a grenade I need. Firearms box. Oh, we're eating good. Okay. Someone please look up the location of the intel I'm supposed to get so that I don't spend an entire hour looking for it here. Pretty please, with sugar on top. Oh, Chucky bar. Nice. No? Okay, fine, be that way. Oh, see, I found it on my own. I don't need your help. Alright. Wooden box with stuff. We like stuff. That's a Mosin. We don't like Mosins. They barely get $100 in resale price. I'm gonna take the Haterade, though. Anything else worth looking at? Probably not. Probably don't need a box cutter. Alright then. I will show myself out. Go to Falcon. It's a good thing we didn't attract any unwanted attention, because most of that attention is probably dead. Oh, that should also actually count towards this. Yes, it does. Okay, good. Because they are technically in the field, so... They're attached to the airfield, rather. Ooh. I like doing CQB. It's nerve-wracking to the extent where it, you know, it gives you a pleasant little tingle, provided you don't mess it up very badly. Very tired going to bed now? Thank you, Maris. Thank you for hanging out, Maris. I always appreciate having you here. Charles, okay, I've already read all of that. But thank you for dropping by. Much appreciated. Okay, I'm gonna reach into the cop. I always keep confusing which one of the structures is the actual cop that I can use. Hopefully there's not an AI that spawns there. I assume there's not. I think side strafing while moving forward is slightly faster than just walking forward when you're overloaded. Okay, we are back at base. Excellent, we've made it. We've done, what, like 3 tasks today? 4? I'm not sure. I think we did a lot. We did a lot. More tasks. Find the logbook. Yeah, I know where that is. Turncoat. What do you want? Plant the package above the plane's front landing gear in Fulong Airfield. Pick up the package at the farmhouse in Tiger Bay. Ensure your survival and do not lose the package. That's a lot of work for an AK-74M, sir. You're asking a lot for something that's not even a thing I want. Alright, but we're gonna look for someone to raid out into, because I've been going for 6 hours now. That is longer than I typically do. But, follow the socials, submit the marshmallows, look forward to the Not Really birthday celebration coming up next week. Now that I've announced it, I have to commit. And we are going to raid someone. Let me pull up my dashboard so that I know what we're doing. Check who's live. I'll try not to narrate while I'm doing that. But yeah, look forward to that. I would appreciate if you would drop a follow, because that way you would know when I'm going live. See, it's a win-win proposition. Okay, what are we working with? Who's alive? Who's live of the people that we know and possibly owe raids to? Do I see friends? Do I see friends? We're gonna snooze that ad because there's no reason to gas you with an ad as we're raiding out. Let's... You know what? Let's raid into Kiba. She's a funny little creature, so I think that makes sense for a raid. We're gonna make sure that we're not blasted by an ad. She's playing something interesting. Go with Kiba. Ooh, there she is. So there's your palate cleanser, a cute anime girl playing a high fantasy game, as opposed to, well, me. Right, we're gonna start the raid. Behave yourselves. Here's your raid message. Tactical Oni raid. If you have emotes, spam the emotes within the host's permission. This has been Kuro Onii-san, reminding you to do your reps and stay hydrated. Bye-bye.
Maybe we were here earlier.
System.